All right, everybody, welcome back to the big program. My name is Matt Yancik. I am the host of tonight's game mastering festivities. I'm the founder and head game master here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain, and I'd like to welcome you to the second issue, the final issue of Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain's Summer Superheroes Limited Series crossover event, Hero State. So this is the second and final issue of two team-up adventures, which will cap off our superheroes theme through the summer. So tonight we're presenting an adventure that features almost all of our heroes. It's as many heroes as I could gather tonight. So if you don't see a hero here tonight, it's only because they could not make it. I've got everybody that I could muster. This story, tonight's adventure, takes place on an Earth in which World War II was fought and won using super beings. And on this Earth, which we're calling the Earth of Dimension 275, two psychic bombs were dropped on Japan, killing hundreds of thousands, and a superpower arms race set into motion a Cold War that was very, very different than our own. So in this world, John F. Kennedy was not assassinated because he was, in fact, a super being. And he went on to 2 terms of office. However, unfortunately, his wife Jackie was hit by the bullet which bounced off of JFK. His brother Robert followed with another 2 terms and cemented the Kennedys as a kind of American royalty. And then gradually, as superheroes came out about who they were, they began to fill elected seats of government. And then sometime in the late 60s, a second United States Civil War was ignited. And in the early 70s, a second Confederacy arose in the South. So now, the nation that was once known as the United States has been broken into 3 smaller nations. So we have in the Northeast, New England, where the capital is Boston. And the government is primarily composed of super beings. And the president, as a matter of fact, is carrying on that Kennedy legacy and is a descendant of JFK himself. In the South, we have the Second Confederacy, the capital of which is Washington, D.C., and it's a place where super beings are hunted, registered, and ultimately imprisoned. And then finally, to the west, there are Texas and California, who perpetually fight for control over the scraps of what is left over in an area which we're calling the Westlands. Tonight, however, we turn our attention to Boston, Massachusetts, where we pick up with our heroes. And ladies and gentlemen, don't have a heart attack when you see how many heroes we have tonight. To be honest, I think this may be more people than I've ever. No, this is probably about as many as I've GM'd for. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's okay. I'm not so bad. I think I'll be all right. I was a little more worried of the sheer number from before. So, welcome to our heroes for tonight. We are going to go around the table, and our heroes are going to introduce themselves to you. And as always, I'm just going to go in a clockwise fashion based on what I see here on my screen. And I think that everybody is seeing a different Zoom view. So if they make faces like they're very confused, it's only because their Zoom view is going to be different than mine. So you viewers at home, however, have the same view that I have. So to my immediate, oh my God, to my right? Is this my right? To this direction. In this direction, we have Eric Witmer, who is playing the Dimensional Detective. Eric, can you tell us a little bit about Dimensional Detective?
Uh, I'm the team's magic user
Mm-hmm.
and cast spells and act irrationally sometimes
That is
or
true.
go overboard.
That's true.
Yeah. And the last time we played, I took a shot. I shot one of my magic missiles,
Mm-hmm.
Lasim Kajam, into a crowd
Mm-hmm.
and hit nobody. I hit a wall instead, and that caused a bit of trouble. And then
Yes.
I tried to jump into the crowd so I wouldn't be throwing projectiles, and I got shot, and then I was carried off by one of our, supposedly an ally from a different dimension, a large bug creature whose name we never established.
Yes. Well, it wasn't that you didn't establish it, it's just that you
That's
didn't
right.
ask. As a game master, I feel compelled to remind the audience of that. Ask and ye shall receive, but like the normal players that my friends here are, they forgot to ask. They shoot first, ask questions later. Uh, Continuing clockwise around the table, we have Larry Tremblay, who's playing Bombast, and you may recognize him by the giant sock monkey in the background. Larry, tell us a little bit about Bombast.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt. Bombast, aka the Sonic Sentinel, as one genius labeled him, is actually Lucas Hearns. He was a he had a traumatic injury at a very young age, and as a result, he lost his parents, and yet he was put into kind of an orphanage in which certain powers were either developed, imbued, or extracted from him, that he can manipulate sound, and he uses it as a shield, he uses it as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, in the wake of that accident, he also does not have all of his faculties about him. Even though
Ah,
he's 22, he still has the mind of maybe a 10 or a 12-year-old.
there we
So
go.
as a result, he also carries around a sock monkey,
Mm-hmm.
which he has named Maya, and apparently has conversations with it, although others don't necessarily converse with the sock monkey as he does. But
That's right.
he's very protective of it, keeps it very close in his possession, in fact, tethered with a rope around his waist.
And as a matter of fact, the big question was: is Maya some sort of sentient creature? Is she some sort of conduit for someone giving you commands, or is she just a figment of your imagination? Right. So we're still trying to sort of figure that out.
Correct. And at the same time, though, he dabbles with circuitry. It's something that he
Mm-hmm.
connects with despite his low reason.
Mm-hmm.
There are some circuitry inside the sock monkey, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Sure, great. Thank you very much, Larry. And we're also going to have to figure out how you integrate into this story. I have an idea because you missed the first episode, but I have an idea here for the second one. So we'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's keep going around the circle. Next up, we have none other than Walter John Williams as the Elasticized Man. Welcome to the big program, Walter. Can you tell us a little something about, well, he's otherwise known as Josh Dole, but he is, of
Yes,
course, the Elasticized Man.
Josh Dole. He is a trust fund kid because he is one of the heirs of the Dole pineapple fortune.
Mm.
Um, he is a perpetual student. He has spent 8 years at Harvard as a full-time student without actually having managed to graduate. And his power is he is elasticized. He's sort of an Indian rubber man who can form himself into any shape. And during the last adventure, he helped to defeat the intended assassins of President Kennedy by reaching out with his long pseudopods and dropping flower pots on their heads.
That's right. That's right. So we're going to get to meet Josh Dole, otherwise known as the Elasticized Man, later on in our program, and we're going to see how it is exactly he manages to keep his clothing, even though he starts stretching out of it all the time. But at any rate,
Because
let's.
it's a comic book.
Oh, it's not real? What are you talking about? This is hyper real, Walter. We're doing this super realistic tonight. Let's keep going. We have dead center in in the display in our Hollywood stars or Hollywood tic-tac-toe,
Squares.
Hollywood squares, whatever it's called. We have Steve Kanaras as the Canadian Cavalier. Steve, can you tell us a little bit about the Canadian Cavalier?
Sure. So the Canadian Cavalier is actually, I believe, the most seasoned veteran of this group as far
Oh,
as
you don't say so.
super heroics goes. But he's still
True.
still a fairly young man, and he was kind of Canada's national superhero for a little while, and he's Alain Levesque is his name, and he's part of comes from a family of trappers up in northern Quebec, and he stumbled upon he was attacked by a bear and survived a bear attack, and had a vision of a Canadian historical hero, the Marquis de Salaberry, and obtained a magic sword. And with that magic sword, as well as the help of his trusty sidekick who makes gadgets for him, he created the Canadian Cavalier identity, and has been fighting crime and doing good in Canada for a decade now. He finds himself in the U.S. because he stumbled on a ring of saboteurs, I guess, that had infiltrated the Canadian government, seemingly on behalf of the new Confederacy, and he with the help of Solo Down, mysterious Solo Down, but legendary, he found himself in Boston looking to break up and find a group of mysterious beings called the Others, as well as rescued Tom Talisman from his captors as well. So
cool. All right. Thank you very much for that. Let's keep going around the table. James McKenzie, you want to tell us a little bit about the Eternal Trooper?
Yeah, if you're worried about the elasticized man's pants, you're going to be really worried about how this all works.
Oh no, what are you about to explain?
Just my character.
I'm nervous.
The Eternal Trooper is the warrior with a soul of iron. Sort of this timeless warrior created way back in ancient Egypt, and who will sort of become manifest in throughout the wars of time. So every time there is conflict, every time there is war, and there is some objective to be met, this soul will appear and inhabit a soul of the modern day, a host body of the modern day. So our current hosts, Edward T. Hedford, just a mild-mannered security analyst with the New England Homeland Security, Homeland, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, is that even it? But
I believe it is.
Has really transformed fully into the Eternal Trooper, who has some bayonets for hands, and some other things we haven't really found out yet, I guess.
And let me ask about, that is true, there are a few things we actually haven't gotten into, but the bayonets for hands are something that you sort of call forth, right? They're not like, you're not like Edward bayonet hands or anything like that, right?
You might say they go snicked, but
I like that. But
that
that is intellectual property we don't want to fiddle with.
Oh, I said schnicked.
Schnicked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, schnicked.
Yeah, I think we're tired of your shticked at this point.
Yes, we sure are.
So let's keep moving along.
Move on.
At any rate, our final, last but not least, the guy that is totally blending in with the titles across his screen. We have Frank Tallarico as the Helix, and I do have to get around to making you a new logo, because I don't know if you're gonna fool me all the time or screw with the title there and wear red, it's gonna be tough. But Frank, tell us a little bit. Tell us about the Helix.
The Helix is Lonnie Boyden, PhD. He is a geneticist by trade, but found out in his younger days that he could manipulate living organisms, other living organisms, genetically on a genetic level.
Okay.
Plants, animals, people. Things went south. Someone died. He ended up in prison, a Paramax prison, where he summarily escaped from in an earlier episode. What else do you need to know? Well, because my actual character is a fugitive, he's taken up sort of a residency at Harvard under a different name, doing similar work, trying to break down some of the mysteries that have been discovered along the way. And we last saw in the fracas on Boston Commons, while Tom was being carried away into the ether by some otherworldly creature, and the rest of these guys were being rounded up by authorities, I, because of my illustrious past, decided to shed my lab coat,
Yes.
pull on some Red Sox gear from all the chaos that was happening,
Yeah.
grabbed a tall boy in a paper bag, and just found my way out into the crowd.
Perfect. So that kind of brings us to a summary of what happened in our last episode, in our first issue. So in our first issue of Hero State, our heroes came together for a common cause at Cambridge Common. Alliteration unintended. They came together and they managed to fight off like they were saying, there was a fracas involving several Red Sox fans who turned out to be agents that they haven't really learned exactly who these agents are yet, that were fighting a giant insect. Some quick detective work and sort of examination of what was happening on the scene told them that the insect, the bug creature, seemed to be reasonably friendly. They helped the bug. They defeated the Red Sox fans just in time for the police to arrive, at which point they determined that it was possible that the current President Kennedy, keep in mind this is Dimension 275, the current President Kennedy was in danger of being assassinated. So they rushed to the grand opening of the South Boston Patrogenic Institute, which was going to be a bit of a home for children, not unlike the sort of home that Bombast was staying at. And they tried to stop the assassination. And their only clues were that the assassins seemed to be dressed as Boston Red Sox fans for an impending game that was going on later on in the evening. They managed to suss out several of those fans, who turned out to be the bad guys, attack them in a kind of, it was a little bit of a gray sort of fight that they had with these bad guys. And they did manage to stop the assassination. However, they paid a very high price for it in the form of Tom Talisman taking on a mortal blow and then being scooped up by the bug creature and possibly taken somewhere, the location of which is to be determined. However, unfortunately, our heroes revealed themselves through their actions, and the crowd turned to them just as the president was being whisked away, turned to them, and the Helix had to disguise himself and sneak off, being the only genuine man on the run among the bunch. And so that basically leaves us where we are today, where we're starting. And I want to remind everybody that there has just been a major fracas here in Boston Common. It looks like the president has been rushed off. There were 2 limousines which headed off in opposite directions, probably to fool someone. And there's a huge crowd that is just moving like an ocean through Boston Common. The waves coming and going, pushing you guys back and forth, but there are members of what I'm going to call the silent service, not after submariners, but actually after the silent weapons that these silent service members use. So members of the silent service are now bearing down on each and every one of you. The crowd is in utter chaos, and each one of you has just witnessed your friend Tom Talisman disappear through a dimensional rift or go into heaven, up into a cloud somewhere. You're not really sure. Would anyone like to either add some information or perhaps just start us off? Or we could just go ahead.
I will cooperate with the authorities.
That doesn't surprise me, Josh. So
right.
Are you are up on a balcony at this point, or have you jumped down?
I was up on a balcony. I had made myself look like Ben Affleck.
That's right.
The better of the local hero, the better.
That's right.
Yeah. I was hurling flower pots at the heads of assassins. But one of the authority people, maybe the silent service guy, climbed the balcony and was.
That is also right.
Yeah.
So as this silent serviceman bears down on you, he can kind of see that you are obviously a college student past your prime.
I'm Ben Affleck.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. He stops for just a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is going to be our very first roll of the night, because I just want to see whether or not he's going to go or he's going to actually come after you. So to introduce those of you watching at home, we're using something called the phase rip system. Phase rip stands for fighting, agility, strength, endurance, reason, intuition, and psyche. Each one of these things is what we would call your attributes. So when the players want to make some sort of a roll that is checked, I determine what ability, power, or talent they're going to use. We figure out what the rank of that ability, power, or talent is, and then you roll percentile dice. And every rank of that ability, power, or talent has some sort of measurement in terms of red, yellow, green, or white. And then usually the colored results means that the action was successful, and the color also determines the degree of success. And all of that is listed here on this incredibly scary and confusing looking table that you're looking at right now, but it's actually not. Like, if you have a copy of it with you, it's actually not that bad. So Walter, you're trying to fool this silent service agent into thinking that you are Ben Affleck. So you don't happen to know what power, talent, or ability that falls under, do you? Because if you don't, I'm just going to take a guess.
Well, I can physically transform myself. That's kind of my one and only power. So
that's your power.
Yeah.
So what shall we call this? Why don't we call it... why don't we call it psyche, just for lack of a better... Or you know what, we can call it reason or psyche, whichever one is higher for you, Walter. You can go ahead and choose that.
One of them is excellent and the other one isn't. So
okay, so we'll take the one
that's one is good. I assume that excellent is better than good.
Excellent sounds like it's better than good.
And I roll a big 11. I don't fool him for a second.
On an 11, unfortunately, an 11 on an excellent scale is not enough to fool him. So he starts to hold up an unusual looking weapon, something you haven't seen before. It looks like a gun, and he's holding it like a gun, but it doesn't quite look like a gun. He begins to hold it up as if he's doing a double take.
I just say, don't worry, sir. I'm an Oscar-winning actor.
He stops for just a minute, and he speaks. Got an Oscar-winning actor here. Can we get a check on this guy? And you get like a copy that comes back. He's like, you just stay right there, young fellow. You just stay right there. I just joined the silent service, and I'm telling you, I'm itching to use this weapon. Hold on one second. So how did that come back? Yeah, copy that. Okay, got it. Hey, I don't like Matt Damon, and I don't care if you're Matt Damon or not. You're not going anywhere. Matt Damon, get down on the grill right now. Right now. Right now. Okay. Right now.
I turn myself into a puddle and I float down.
Oh. So then you puddle down, and when you say that, are you trying to escape now, or are you just turning... Okay, so you're coming back down.
No, you said to get down, so I'm getting as down as I can.
Okay, perfect. Let's go to our other heroes, and Larry, I'm going to remind you here. Now, if you'd like, we can do a couple things here to bring you in. You can be in the crowd. There may have been a reason which you can reveal to everybody here, or you don't have to. There may have been a reason that you were here to watch the South Boston Patrogenic Institute groundbreaking, or you can remain silent. So I'm going to give you the option. You can stay silent in this, or you can come out at any moment you want, okay?
Well, Bombast, given his name, is not particularly silent.
Given to
So,
being silent.
yeah, let's say that I recognized there was like an announcement about the Institute breaking ground there, and I recognized the symbol from where I was staying before. So I would actually, from a distance, would be kind of watching it.
Okay.
Trying to see if maybe Nurse Becca or Dr. Connors or, you know, those
It's
individuals.
funny that you say that because both of those two individuals were the ones that were overseeing the groundbreaking. So they are there, and what you saw was them perhaps being scrambled this way or that way, but they were kind of like a secondary consideration because President Kennedy was whisked off so quickly, but then the Silent Service members were up there and kind of like helping them out.
Okay. Now, not wanting anything to do with Dr. Connors, he's waiting to see if there's an opportunity that he could connect with Nurse Becca alone or relatively alone.
Absolutely. In all of the chaos, there is a moment for you to connect to Nurse Becca. There's a moment where Dr. Connor, being the more important of the groundbreakers here, is sort of whisked off, and then Nurse Becca is alone, maybe in the corner of like near the edge of a building. And there she is, just standing there. She's someone that you do recall. She was the one woman that was good to you at the Institute.
And remember, I paid for her as a contact, so.
Absolutely.
No double cross here, Matt.
Yep. No, don't. Why would I do that to you?
Here's your money back.
Yeah.
All right, I'll step out of the shadows. And just kind of.
She recognizes you, and she starts to say something, and then she looks around the crowd, and she keeps her head down because she knows, and she has been almost prepared in a way for you to show up to see her. She's seen the articles in the newspaper. She's seen all of that.
Maya's broken, and I haven't had anything to eat except what I could find. I think I need money. I need money to fix Maya.
She looks left and right, and she urges you to take a corner and go to a quieter spot. Do you want to follow after her?
I do.
So
looking over my shoulder and again trying to hunch down because given my height and girth and all of that, I'm trying to stay as low as I can.
So she takes you around the corner, and then she opens up. She looks around and she opens up her wallet, and she starts to give you some cash. And all she has is a candy bar, and she hands it over to you. And she apologizes
open it up
for
and
that.
Consume it right away, as if I hadn't eaten a couple of days.
Lucas, you need to get away from here. It's very dangerous.
I saw the symbol. I needed to see you. I saw the hospital symbol. I don't know how to get back. After the train, I don't know if anybody wants me back. I don't know what's happening.
Lucas, this place is very dangerous. I told you that, and that's why you left in the first place. Why have you come back here? You need to stay as far away from here as possible. You know what they do to the children here. They're training them.
Like they tried with me and Maya before the accident.
Like they tried with you, that's right. You need to find a safe place.
Where do I go?
Find someone you trust. Find someone to help you. There are others out there.
Thank you. Thank you for the money. Thank you. I need to get Maya. I need to.
She pulls out her cell phone and kind of flashes it to you. And she says, "You know my number. You still remember my number, don't you?" Okay. Give me a call.
I repeat it back to her.
There you go. Give me a call if you need me. All right? I'll be around.
Thank you, Becca.
And so with that, let's move to our other heroes. So now we could either go with the Helix, who is on his own, or we could go with Eternal Trooper and Canadian Cavalier, who I'm assuming are kind of together now at this point, and they've seen that Josh has been well, is about to be arrested, and your buddy the Helix has just disappeared into the crowd.
Yeah, something I had done at the end of the last game was had gone and interfaced with the Secret Service guys
That's right.
and had gotten them kind of on a cool footing to at
That's
least
right.
we're sort of less under suspicion. Certainly not with some fresh
Yeah.
dude accosting Ben Affleck.
Right.
At least for the rest of it, I think at least
It's
we've
Matt
gotten on a
Damon.
professional level.
Right.
He's young. He doesn't understand.
Right. Right. You're right. Thank you for reminding me of that. So you did, I think, say something, and you made some sort of contact using the idea of being with a member of Homeland Security, and you managed to sort of smooth things over, relatively speaking, with them. And so, with that, why don't you tell me who's your contact in the silent service? And you don't have to. I can make someone up. I've got someone. You can just. I'm just giving you the chance.
Well, I'll just say my Defense Force contact is Captain Roger Redder. Who was an instructor at the time, and I know he's higher up and he's got some hooks into everybody, so he's got.
Okay.
He's the contact there.
So this silent service member recognizes you as someone that's been around Captain Redder once before, and that's really what clicks in his mind. And again, he's got a weapon similar to the weapon that was used on Josh. And now, as you look around through the crowd, you can kind of see that this is something that all the members of the silent service are carrying with them. And he lowers his weapon and he speaks into his cuff. He mumbles something, and then he approaches you, and he says, "Are you, you're not Agent, what was that, Hartford?
I actually kind of twist my head a second, because I almost as if I have to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's Hedford.
That's right. And I guess you're here with Canadian Cavalier, and he looks over towards Canadian Cavalier, who I'm assuming you're in full regalia. Is that correct?
I am. I mean, right now, I'm doing everything I can to stop the pretty girls from taking selfies with me while I get back to business.
Is it a long line?
It is. But I'll make a psyche roll to see if I can escape.
It's okay. I'm not gonna make you make a roll on it. You're skilled enough to get away. You've
It's
faced
like the
face
opening
this.
to Austin Powers. Just
Right. Right. And so the three of you, and when I say three, I mean Eternal Trooper, Canadian Cavalier, and Elasticized Man, are gathered together, and you're taken to a trailer. It's a temporary trailer that's been set up around the block, unless you're resisting, which I assume you're not. And you're taken there, and you get this feeling like this is there's like a couple generators that are running here. You see agents. It's sort of operating as a mobile operating base for the members of the silent service, and they take you up a set of stairs, and you're introduced to Captain Roger Redders, Captain Redder, who you, Eternal Trooper, immediately recognize. And he just shakes his head. "You son of a bitch, I should have known you'd be here. Why did you bring these two losers with you? No offense."
Then don't offend them. They just protected all this shit show you've got going on out here.
He immediately gets defensive at that, and he explains how elaborate all of their security was until you fellas walked in and just shot everything to hell, made the whole situation confusing, and he got completely, they were completely taken, they were completely thrown for a loop by this. And he looks from one to the other, and he's like, "I know you," pointing at Eternal Trooper, "I know you. And I know you," and he points at Elasticized Man.
That's right. I'm Mr. Anything.
And what are you talking about? You're not Mr. Anything. You're more like Mr. Zero-time Oscar winner, Mr. Damon. What the heck do you think? Why did you bring this actor with you? What are you doing here?
Well, I knocked out 6 terrorists. Does that count?
I don't know. We're going to have to check the tapes. And so with that, he does check the tapes and he starts looking at everything that's just happened. And he kind of begrudgingly admits that you fellas were actually a good part of the help. And there's a sort of a moment where there's a shift where he becomes slightly embarrassed looking over the videos and realizing he's hoping that Hedford doesn't see like these little moments where there's like a hole in the security there and there's like a little crack there. And he's sort of watching. You can see a little bit of sweat coming down his forehead.
I keep my gaze like right on him that whole time, just to make him sweat it a little bit and make him feel, oh yeah, oopsie. So once he gets through that, I'm going to take out that kind of unfolding weapon that I took from these schmoes we fought, and I'm just going to let it expand and drop it on the table and just point out, like, this is what we're dealing with here. What's happening? You're the intelligence guy. Tell us about the threat.
The moment you drop the weapon on the table, everything in the room just stops. And all the little the pencil necks that are doing like paperwork and all like the people that are filing stuff and the people that are like on phones and the people in their cuffs, they all stop and they look. And Captain Redder just looks up and he gives the command to clear the room. And then immediately there's a ripple that goes through the room and everybody files out. They close the door. And Redder puts his hands on his hips, looks down at the weapon, and he breaks it in half. He looks down the barrel. He then breaks it down there on the table, looks at it, and you immediately realize that he's seen this weapon before. He knows exactly what it is. And he knows something about all of this. So he leans back and he starts to tell you about the plot. The plot that's been initiated by a terrorist organization of humans that are determined to free New England from the reign of super beings, of parahumans. And how they seem to have come here today disguised in their little Red Sox outfits, and now he leans over and looks out the window, and you can see all of the Red Sox fans that you took out earlier as they're getting lined up in front, and they're zip-tied with their arms behind their backs, and they're having special devices that are put on their head, and they're also, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. We can just leave it at that. And he tells you how he's afraid that they came here, maybe not just to assassinate the president, but perhaps even worse, they came here to unpower him.
That's what these weapons will do?
So he shows you, he takes a round out, and he shows you that depending on the round, they have various powers. They are conventional bullets. They can also be used, well, with the right formula, the right chemical, the right powder. They can be used to depower those that are powered. And we're afraid that maybe they came here either to assassinate, attempt to assassinate, or depower President Kennedy.
Is the depowering permanent?
From what we understand, he explains, it is. They have not been able to reverse the effects of it. And he pulls out a vial. It's a very small vial of dust. And those of you that are familiar with this dust or this powder would recognize it as the dust or powder that you've seen before that you can snort and use to transport yourself, enhance your powers, or perhaps even depower someone. It has effects on the human body that alter the properties of whatever it is that gives people these superpowers. They still haven't figured it out, he explains. But this particular
I
mixture,
broke up a ring of guys that were using this this stuff up in Montreal.
they're working with the Canadians. It's the Southern Confederacy, as far as we know.
All right. And what do you know about a dimensional bug creature? One of our buddies was just lifted off with him, but that creature was fighting those Red Sox dudes.
Bug creature, he goes back to look at the tapes. And he replays them. And here's the interesting part. When he replays them, and he shows them to you time and again, there's no dimensional detective, and there's also no bug creature. I don't know what the hell you're talking
The bug is a
about.
vampire.
And maybe so is Tom Talisman. And he's bitten us all, and now we don't even. No.
How can this be? This is why we were drawn to this area in the first place. There was a rend straight through the sky where this thing came out.
He stops for a moment. A rend? A rent?
Yeah.
In the sky?
Tear.
A tear?
Rend.
Yeah, like some lights, like a rift.
So he goes back and he looks at the tapes again. And the tapes only show the immediate area. And he says, we haven't gotten any reports about this.
You could talk to the police in Cambridge because they swarmed the place
We can
Yes.
do that.
as soon as the fighting ended.
We can do that. And he nods through the window, and then he speaks into his cuff, and you can kind of see that he's getting it picked up. He's picking it up on the outside, and then the guy runs off as if he's checking something. I don't know.
Do you have any telepaths or anybody in the Force? Any superpowered beings, magical beings in the Force?
Half the people on the silent service are super beings. They're embedded within the service.
See if one of your telepaths can communicate with a Tom Talisman. Send a signal out. He's a very powerful magic user.
Speaks into his cufflink, and you can kind of see somebody zips off outside the window to go do something else. With that, let's actually go to the Helix and find out where the Helix is at this point.
I'll make this quick. I made my way directly back through the masses to Josh Dole's somewhat damaged vehicle. The roof is still kind of caved in.
That's right.
It's got 2 footholes punched in it.
This is the last time I let a renegade geneticist
I know, right?
take my Bentley.
That's right.
I'm going to leave a note in it.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, didn't expect him to go on the roof, but it's just going to be the address of my laboratory, which I believe, if I recall correctly, was.
You don't have to.
The Radcliffe Institute, right?
I knew you were going to
Yes.
say that.
I'm looking at notes, but it's okay. I don't want the authorities to find this, so I write the note in Canadian. That way,
Canadian English.
That way,
so it totally
only
fails.
one of my
There's a lot of
buddies
A's
yes,
It's metric.
and hosers, and it's metric. It'll totally
a
fool.
lot of extra
And
vowels
that-
and words that shouldn't have.
It's
them,
going to
yes.
fool the Enigma.
The horrible OU and behavior.
It's just totally.
That's what. But I feel a connection with these guys for as short as the time as I've known them, and I do know Josh from some of the work we've done at school.
That's true.
So I'm not gonna get out of the scene. I'm actually gonna try and keep an eye on these guys. I feel like I'm blending in pretty well, and I just want to see where they go and keep an eye. And if there's a chance, I might be able to make a distraction if it will help them out. In this grand scheme of things, I'm viewing my role as support. I'm not a DPS. I'm not a fighter, but I'm there to cause some commotion should the opportunity arise.
So I will give you this. I'll say that you've noticed that they were sort of I'll give you enough to sort of go off of here. You notice that they were escorted off to this private trailer, like around the corner in some alleyway, which is under high security by the Silent Service. You saw the two limos with the president leave. You saw, of course, Tom Talisman be carried up into the heavens. Is there anything in particular you're looking for here? You don't see that they were kind of led. Now, as you're watching the trailer, you can see that these bad guy Red Sox fans are all zip-tied, arms behind their backs, but your buddies are not among them, and they just went into the trailer.
Into the trailer.
Like normal. So they're not being, like, maltreated.
Well, so the only other thing I would do is if they're in the trailer, I'll keep one eye on them as I'm making my way to that institute space, the place where all of this was going to happen, just to see if I can tell what's happening there as a byproduct of all of this chaos.
Right. So taking a look around, there is a lot of chaos, but now you can see members of the Boston PD that are clearing the place out, and they're sort of being commanded a little bit there by the members of the Silent Service. And people are being slowly filed this way and that way. You can see Dr. Connor is being kind of protected by a ring of Silent Service members. He looks pretty flustered. He's with a woman. Looks like, you're not really sure, but she's maybe in a suit. She disappears for a moment around the corner, then kind of comes back. What else are you looking for specifically? Are you trying to do something here? Are you going to cause a commotion? Is that what you want to actually do? And then
only if I feel the need merits it. And I don't, given what's happening right now, I'm just going to go into a holding pattern here. I've got a couple things I can do, but only should the need arise. So I'll stand pat.
Are you going to look for anything specific, or are we just going to leave you right there?
Just leave me right here.
Okay. Dimensional Detective. You are in the game, believe it or not.
I thought you were pranking me. I was going to sit here for 4 hours.
Did I say that on stream or off stream? I forget.
I think you said that before we started streaming.
Oh, okay. All right.
I wouldn't sit here and watch.
Wouldn't do that to you. You gasp for air. You immediately explode. You have this sensation of exploding upward as if you were bursting out of a pool. And indeed, the moment that you open your eyes, you feel the slick sensation of water. But it's not quite water. It's like an oil, or maybe, I don't know, maybe a gel. As you grab handholds on the left and right side and stare up into the sky. And what you really see is an aurora above you. And your hands, whatever you're holding on to, begins to crumble. And you look, and what you're really holding on to is, well, it's dirt. And you look around you, and you realize that you're laying naked in a pool, almost like a rice paddy, 2 or 3 feet deep. And above you is an aurora. Looking to the right, looking to the left, you see these shadowy figures slowly tending to other pools, not unlike your own pool. And each one is maybe 7 feet in length, 4 feet wide, like a grave almost.
I climb out and say, "Hello? Anyone? Help? Where are my clothes?"
When you speak, there's a silence, not unlike that after a snowfall, as if all of sound and all the light has been sucked out of existence. And looking around, these other figures might have heard what you said, and they vaguely look up, turn in your direction, and when they do, you can see their faces. And they look like rotting corpses in various states. Some fresh, some old. And then they go back to tending.
Well, as long as they're tending and not attacking,
No.
I'm gonna climb out of the pool
Mm-hmm.
and try and just look around. I'm probably gonna walk a few steps back and forth or around the pool and trying to look to see if there are buildings, civilization, like where are my clothes, basically.
No clothing to be seen. However, as you move, you feel like, well, you feel a little rusty, and it's tough for you to take a step and a step and a step at a time. You fall and stumble a few times. Those figures, they continue to tend to those graves, those watery graves, if that's what they are. And then they seem to realize all at once, and they look in your direction. And there are probably a dozen of them in this field, this rice paddy-like field. And you realize as you walk through it that there are other bodies in these other watery graves, and those are in various states of regeneration. And you look down at your own hands, and your skin is red and raw. And the moment they recognize and they see that you're out and walking around, they all raise their hands, not unlike Donald Sutherland at the end of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Their heads tilt back, their mouths open, and they begin to sing. And they look in the direction of a large tree, not unlike a tower. And a bell, incongruously at the top of this tree, begins to ring.
It tolls for me.
It tolls for thee. And out from it comes a red-robed figure that grows as it gets closer to you. Are you going to move away from it, move towards it?
I'm gonna wait to see if it's coming at me angrily, if it pulls out a weapon, or
It's
if
rushing towards you. It seems human in form, but it's a robe again, and you can't quite see the face.
I'm gonna just wait for it to approach me.
The moment it gets up to you, you can tell by the way that it moves, the way that it walks. This is probably human, and at least maybe humanoid. And indeed, when this figure lowers the hood, you're looking at a young man, nondescript. And he smiles. He looks at you as if he's kind of disbelieving, and then he looks down. He's counting graves, and then he looks back at Talisman. You're Talisman, aren't you? Tom Talisman.
Yes, I am.
Oh, we're very excited. We're very excited to see you. Please come along with us. Please come along. And he starts rushing and turning back toward the tree with the tolling bell at the top.
As I follow him, I'm going to say, this is great. Is that where my clothes are?
Yeah, that's not the only thing that's swinging as you run. I'm very uncomfortable. Sometimes I make myself uncomfortable with my humor. But anyway.
Right. Anyway.
So you're rushing toward the tree, following after him. And as this happens, the figures go back to tending those watery graves. Let's go back to our regular adventure, because I don't know what the heck I'm doing with Tom Talisman's adventure. I need some time to think and make some stuff up. I don't know what I'm going to do. Let's go back. So at this point, we have our three heroes of Canadian Cavalier, Elasticized Man, and Eternal Trooper that are together. We have the Helix who's watching. And now let's go back to Bombast, though, and find out what Bombast is doing. Bombast, what are you up to at this point?
Well, tell me about the chaos that's going on in the streets. I mean, is it enough that maybe a hot dog vendor has left behind his wares or...
Absolutely. If you want to find a hot dog vendor with some stray hot dogs laying around.
I do, and then I'll
I won't even
Not
make you
sure
roll for
exactly
it.
how much. I just leave a couple
You just,
of
oh, that's very
bills
nice of you.
on there.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to take a look around as I'm kind of eating on the hot dogs. I'm going to take a look around for any sort of electronics type store.
Oh,
I know
yes.
Radio Shack's probably out of business. Well, maybe not in this one. Radio Shack might be around the corner.
That's right. Radio Shack is like the Apple of this of Dimension 275, and indeed there's a beautiful Radio Shack that's opened with a very minimalist design. They now sell 5 basic products, and there's young fellows that work for the Genius Bar, and they're in there, and that Radio Shack is working. They're selling the Tandy smartphone.
Right. Excellent. Excellent. Despite the chaos that's going on, I mean, these guys are business as usual.
Yes, there's a crowd of them, or there's a few of them gathered that are outside the store, and of course they're sort of watching. But the moment that you walk up to it, they're ready to go and ready to help you.
I need to borrow some tools. I have money. I show them the money.
Oh, okay. They talk to you for a few minutes, and you want to borrow some. We have some tools in the back. We can't let you into the back, but if you want to borrow some of our tools, sure.
Please, I need to fix Maya. Thank you.
Okay, and so they go into the back. They come back out. They've got a little packet of tools which might serve you to fix Maya.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and unzip the side and pull out the circuitry that got wet during the last encounter. And it's pretty well dried out by now, but I'm going to go ahead and take a look by, just tinkering with it using my tinkering talent to try and get it back to communicating with my
tinkering
headset.
use reason?
It does, but I get a +1 column shift.
Okay.
So I'm going to go from poor to typical, I guess.
Okay. I figured if you had a tinkering skill, it would give you better than poor, but okay.
It's all random, my friend.
Go right ahead.
All right, let's see. Considering that Maya is essentially who fills my debit card and kind of gives me guidance, I think I'm going to spend karma on
Yeah,
this.
go ahead. What are you spending?
Well, you just subtract what the karma you need in order to succeed.
Oh,
right?
okay, sure.
Yeah. All right. So
go ahead.
And I rolled a 33.
33
so
with good.
Chart up in
and
front
I'm
of me.
guessing you can spend maybe 20 or 19 karma, and that'll succeed in the green. But if you want to really succeed, you can
What
spend
would a
more.
yellow be? How many points?
Yellow would be closer to like 45 karma.
Okay, I'll spend that.
Okay, 45 karma gets her working again, and she is back. I'm going to say that she's back to normal capacity. And when her eyes light up, and then she starts like, you can see. Oh.
Yeah, it's just a sock puppet. Remember, it's all the communications done through the headset.
Oh, the ear set, right?
Yeah.
The headset.
Yeah, she's not ambulatory at all.
Okay, and so she begins yapping in your ear again. She's very excited to see you. How are you doing? Where are we at? Oh my God! Has the president almost been assassinated? Merciful Lord in heaven above.
Well, president almost. There was a man that got shot at. And they rushed him off.
Yeah, the president.
Yeah, and Nurse Becca was there. She gave me the money, and I turned to one of the representatives, and I give him every bit of money that she gave me, however much she did, and said, "Thank you for the tools."
When you do that, the basically the clerk is like, "No, I'm sorry, I can't take this here. It's okay," and he gives you back any money that you gave him in the first place. He feels so guilty about this.
But the tools, I didn't have the tools.
It's okay. He takes the tools back and he says, you just borrowed the tools, but make sure that you talk about Radio Shack a lot.
I will, and I'll get that Tandy smartphone.
Are you actually buying it?
Kidding.
Are you? Oh, okay. All right. He's like, he looks like, oh, you kid.
All right. All right, I'll go ahead and leave with a big smile on my face.
Are you up to something else now with Maya?
Finding a way. I guess the first discussion that I'll have with her is, Becca says I need to leave the city. Where should I go? Becca says I need to find people that can help me, and I don't know who to look for.
So she actually tells you, well, you need to find somebody that you can trust, just like Becca said to you. Is there anyone here? Like who?
What happened to the boxcar guy?
Well, the boxcar guy unfortunately wasn't able to. Now that I think about it, what did happen to him? My memory's kind of blank at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't like water much.
No, water's not very helpful. But I do know that if you're going to get out of this place, I mean, it's packed. You got to find somebody to help you out.
I'm not sure. If I talk to the police, they might bring me back to the hospital.
You don't want to talk to police. Hold on. Can you hold me up? I want to scan this crowd.
Yeah, I do.
Holding up Maya. Okay, let's go back to the Helix. The Helix, what are you up to?
Just to do something. I know I'm in my Red Sox gear, but I will approach the gentleman scientist type guy
Yeah.
and his female friend, and I will introduce myself. Regardless, I'm a big Sox fan, but I'm Robin Shaw, PhD, up with Harvard.
That's
and
right.
I will produce my business card and my university ID.
They look a little bit annoyed with you at this point. And they like look at it, and Dr. Connor is kind of like, what is this? But in particular, the woman that you now know as Becca, because he's been referring to her, looks a little bit nervous as you do this.
Ooh. Nervous. I like that. I just want to know if I can be of any assistance, if this violence has created any issues within your institute. I have some experience with supers and the things that cause superpowers.
So Dr. Connor is just giving you the cold shoulder, and he comes across as kind of an asshole, and he's just like not interested in talking to you at all. The other one, the one that is has been introduced to you or you figured out as Becca, is like looking over your shoulder and then like looking down. And you kind of get the feeling that she's looking at something out there in the crowd, but
Is the gentleman, is he wearing gloves?
No.
I'm gonna put my hand out just to shake it.
Yeah, go ahead. And
nice to meet you.
He puts it out like very quickly, and he's just like he's hoping this is gonna shut you up and get you to go away.
I'm going to attempt to do a biophysical control on him.
Go ahead.
Which will it is, what is it in here? It's amazing.
Yep.
The end result is I just rolled a 100. It's 000. Or is that a 0?
We're gonna go with 100. We'll go with 100 because it's a Friday night. My drink is empty, and in the spirit of wanting another drink and like being excited and wanting to move the story along, it's 100.
This is really cool. Well, the whole premise was I was going to genetically alter his digestive system to give him the shits. Like all of a sudden,
I knew
really
at
bad,
some point this was gonna.
Just to get him out of here, so I can talk to the woman.
The moment you touch and then relay the signal,
just start.
He looks at you for just a moment, and he's just got an instant cold sweat that breaks out on his skin, and the hair that has been kind of slicked back and gelled is just suddenly flops down, and he stop go, and he folds one leg over the other, and he starts to run off. And the silent service agents are like, "Oh my God, what's going on? Oh my goodness, no man must be injured under our protection." And they're grabbing him and trying to escort him along. And Becca, Becca, Becca looks out across the crowd, looks at you, and then she looks back at the doctor. What did you do to him?
I just had him leave us for a moment. Is there something you need help with? You seem kind of nervous.
She looks out over your shoulder again. And then she looks back. What you see is a sock puppet that's being held up in the air like this, and just making Bombast stand out like a sore thumb.
That large guy out there, is he with you somehow?
No, he's not. No, not at all. He's not. Okay, he is. He is.
All right.
All right. There's a long pause. He is. Can you help him? I know what you did. You must have some connection. Why did you do that to Dr. Connor?
I got a bad vibe from him, and you seem like you needed to be alone or get him away. And honestly, I've had enough of these pompous scientists in this community. I just wanted to get him out of the way, if you will. It won't harm him long term. It just felt really good. I nailed that particular code.
She nods. I don't know anyone in this city, but any enemy of Dr. Connor's is a friend of mine. Please, if you can, help my friend Lucas over there. Not the sock monkey, but the boy holding it.
But the boy?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay. Cut back to, let's go back to Canadian Cavalier, Eternal Trooper, and Elasticized Man. So you've just been discussing this otherworldly weapon.
And our interrogator has said that they are from the Confederacy. And I asked, did the Confederacy actually produce this weapon, or is it from someone or somewhere else?
What do you gentlemen know about a place called Vagaver?
Oh, I've been there.
He stops for a moment as if he wants to laugh, and then he realizes that you're absolutely serious at this point.
Mhm.
You've been there. You have been there.
Yes.
You. And he goes to a data pad. He starts flipping through it. Matt Damon, the zero-time Oscar winner who did not win an Oscar for Good Will Hunting. I would like to point out this is Dimension 275. I know. This is the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, what you don't understand is we have a private chat going on, and when I mentioned earlier on that Matt Damon did not win an Oscar, some smarty pants that I'm playing with right now chose to say in the chat, "Oh yes, he did. He won it for Good Will Hunting," as if I didn't go to film school, work at 20th Century Fox, and spend quite half my career in film. As if I didn't know that. We're in Dimension 275 where Matt Damon did not win one. This Matt Damon.
We were robbed, and I'm Ben Affleck.
You don't. He calls up a picture of Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. He's like, "You don't look like that one. You look more like Matt Damon to me." So anyway, you were in.
I'm not nearly as short.
Vagaver.
Yes.
Well, he leans back. Can you vouch for this guy? And he hooks his thumb over at it. Well, I keep saying Eternal Trooper, but the truth is he doesn't know you're Eternal Trooper. He hooks his thumb over at Hedford. Can you vouch for this guy?
He's addressing
Yeah.
Hedford? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I heard that wrong. Yeah, I look kind of slowly and regard the Elasticized Man and come back. Absolutely indispensable to this current conflict. And this Vagaver, I've only passed through from time to time.
He looks at you. Wait, can you repeat that? Did you just say you pass through Vagaver from time to time?
Well, I've heard about it. You see, Captain Redder.
We can... He stops for a moment. In your research, of course, you've read about it.
Yes, I've had a very rough week.
Haven't
And
we
I
all?
do look pretty different from how he would normally see me. I'm just like really disheveled, losing my hair, and my eyes look very different. So I'm obviously not acting as he would normally think.
Well, all right, boys. I suppose I can let you in on it then. So, what we know is that this Vagaver place exists as some sort of parallel universe. We're not exactly sure how it functions, but we do know that somehow it acts like a tunnel through which you can go anywhere. There are other dimensions other than this one. There are other times, other places that exist out of time and out of space. And Vagaver essentially functions as a crossroads for all of those times and places. So if you, Damon, have been there before, there may be universes where you've won an Oscar.
Maybe
As
for
unlikely as
screenwriting
that
instead of
seems.
acting.
Yeah, maybe. Not likely, but it's possible. Anything's possible, really. And you, Canadian Cavalier, you might have some silly other name like Captain America. Who knows? But that would be absurd, wouldn't
What
it?
if?
Oh, this is bad. This is bad and good at the same time.
Well, so what can you tell us about this John Ritter, with this place?
Captain Redder, you mean?
Oh yeah, Captain Ritter.
So what we know is that these weapons somehow are being filtered in through Vagaver. This tech that you see here, and he pounds a few pieces of the weapon on the table. This tech was brought from Vagaver. This, he flips some switches. You see it, that camouflage like origami begins to fold up and then it folds back out. We don't have anything that can do this. Nothing from our dimension anyway. But
So
we've
how did
seen
the
this
Confederacy
before.
get a hold of this? How are they trying to use it against the New England states here?
We think it's being smuggled in. We
By who?
think that the human terrorist organization is working with someone over there and having these weapons smuggled over here. There's some reason they're trying to eliminate super beings. And we
Does
think
this
they're
have
on
something?
this.
Does it have something to do with a group called the Others?
I don't know. I've heard of the others, but I think the others are above your pay grade. Let's just say that. We're pretty
I don't
sure this
know.
has something to do only with the humans.
I don't know. You got to remember the Canadian dollar is worth a lot more than the American dollar. So
Yeah, in this parallel universe.
in this universe, so maybe
Right.
you don't know
Goes
my pay
farther.
grade.
That's true. That's true. Oh my God.
Well, I don't know, because see, I thought all futuristic weapons went pew pew pew, and this one goes kaboom. You know,
Maybe in the movies, Damon,
well,
but not in real life.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here? We had you had a foiled assassination attempt on the president of New England.
As you say this, there's a ruckus, not a fracas, but a ruckus outside the window, and silent service members, you can hear them vocalizing, "Oh, no, wait, no, oh, hold on, no, don't do that." The door to the trailer opens up, and as you live and breathe, President Kennedy steps in.
Cool.
Hail to the
Oh, well.
chief, because he's a chief and he needs hailing.
He steps into the room and he's, no, it's all right. I want to meet the boys that saved my life. And he walks straight up to each and every one of you, and you can instantly see when he smiles, the whole room is filled with his charisma. He's got a beautifully perfect haircut, square jaw, and he looks almost like, well, he's been genetically modified to be the ultimate charismatic, handsome president. He steps right up to each and every one of you, and he shakes your hands and pats you on the shoulder, making you feel as if the three, or the four of you, I should say, have always been friends. He looks over at Redder and just waves him away as if to say, no, it's no problem at all. You boys, I believe I owe you a great thank you. I believe this nation owes you a great thank you. You saved my life.
Oh. Well, you're certainly welcome, sir.
Tell me, you young fellow, I've seen you you're in the pictures, aren't you?
Yes. I'm Ben Affleck. Good to meet you.
I think you're Hugh Jackman, I believe.
I can't fool you, sir.
That's this man's Hugh Jackman. Did you see that? And he turns to Redder, and Redder just shakes his head like this.
That's right, mate.
So you gentlemen, I don't have much time. I don't have much time. I'm off to the big game that's going on actually live, out of character, out of Game Master, that's going on live right now at Fenway Park. I am off to the Red Sox game. They're going up against Cleveland. But I wanted you folks to know that after the game, Redder, why don't you bring these fellas around? Have them come around and have them see me before we do wheels up on the tarmac. And I want to thank them personally. Show them a little bit of gratitude.
Going to the game's safe, sir, after today's events and all these Red Sox fans attacking you?
He gives you a grand speech, an eloquent speech that I could never do myself, in the style of a Kennedy, that tells you how, basically in a nutshell, when you surrender to the terrorists have won. And he says baseball is God's gift to the New England states. And he's going to go, by George, he's going to go watch that game. Have a hot dog, drink a beer, and enjoy himself.
Well, have a lovely evening, sir.
With that, he pats all of you on the shoulders. Jackman, good luck with that new picture. And then
Thanks, mate.
He heads out, and he's off to the game.
He's gonna die.
What makes you say that? What are you talking about? This is an epilogue to last.
We're gonna have like 500 guys in Red Sox outfits suddenly raise weapons and blow him out of the presidential box.
So he's gone at this point. He's all, he's shown his gratitude to you, and now Redder kind of shakes his head as if like he's just embarrassed by this whole situation. He's embarrassed that, the president actually kind of thinks that you guys are some sort of heroes or something. And he's embarrassed most of all that he's got to bring you round after the game, and he's not even sure what Kennedy's going to do to thank you or congratulate you, but apparently something.
Yeah, after he leaves, so yeah, I think the stretch man is right. He's not going to make it. There's a bigger threat here. There's no reason for me to be here if there weren't. It can't be
he says
just
that when you give in to the terrorists win. You know how else the terrorists win? By killing the president.
Yeah, and when the president does stupid stuff and just goes off the baseball games unaware of. So Redder just insists to you, and he looks out, and you can kind of see in the crowd, they've got all of these guys under control, and they're each being kind of interrogated. They're being talked to. And he basically just reminds you. And looking at it, you can kind of see through all of the humor that I'm kind of presenting this in, you can see that these guys really know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I just currently say, we need to find that bug. I grab the weapon and I collapse it and then I step out of the trailer wherever we're at and just start scanning the crowd for the bug, Tom Talisman, Helix, anybody that was with us.
He frowns for a moment as if he doesn't want you to leave with that weapon, and then he just he looks at the Canadian Cavalier and Elasticized Man and just shakes his head. He knows that he shouldn't let you do this, but you're with Homeland Security. He's going to let you do whatever you want
Finders
to do.
keepers.
And you don't happen to have 3 tickets to that game? Well, 5 tickets to that game, do you?
He frowns. Of course he does. He can just get you in with a phone call, actually, he tells you. But why would I want to get you in with a phone call unless you made a really good intuition or perhaps a psyche roll?
Now you're speaking my language.
That's right. You guys can each...
Oh, I rolled a 97 on an amazing psyche.
Wait a minute. My mind is like flipping right now because I'm like, doesn't the player have to technically tell you he's about to roll? Because I could just sit here and just roll numbers. Just keep rolling.
I thought you said you
I,
got a psyche roll.
I know. All right. I didn't officially declare a psyche roll, but that's totally fine. On a 97, he frowns. All right, I think that makes a little bit more sense than me taking you out there and having you roll that. So why don't you just go out there on your own? He makes some, he taps some keys on a data pad. And then the screen flashes green. And he asks for your thumbprint.
Okay.
Cavalier does it. Now, how about you, Josh? Is it going to be as Damon, Jackman, or Dole?
It's not going to be a real thumbprint.
Okay.
It's going to, have like ridges and whorls on it, but they're not going to be connected with any living person on the planet, so far as I know.
Okay. So there's another. It flashes green. Done.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, you knuckleheads get out of here. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear from you until the president's around. That's the only thing that's going to save you the next time.
And this includes like beer and hot dogs and pretzels too, right?
He just sighs as if he's being tested. Holds it out. You thumb it again, both of you. There you go.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
All right. So let's zip out of this, and we're going to go back to let's go back to Tom Talisman. Tom Talisman, you've just been led to this tree with the bell tolling, and you're being what are you up to at this point?
I just want my clothes.
This figure that you've now determined is a monk. He's like, well, yes, certainly, Mr. Talisman, absolutely. And he pulls out a okay, sorry. People are writing funny and distracting things in the chat. So he pulls out a set of robes that are, he holds them up for a second. He's like, all right, can you turn around for a second? He holds them up. No, not that. He selects like the right size for you, and then he gives you the right size of robes, which you put on, and they fit you like a glove, just perfectly. Mr. Talisman, thank you so much. We've been waiting for you to wake up. We know you've probably got a lot of questions, but if you'd like, if you could just come along this way into the main hall, and he leads you into the tree, which now as you approach it, you can see that it looks not so much like it's a building that's been grown, and it's grown as if it were a tree. But it's got some very symmetrical kind of touches to the whole thing, and you can now see that it's sort of half organic, half like man-made or being made. You're going to follow him in and through?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with.
So he ends up taking you into a main hall, and there in the main hall, it looks a lot like it looks like a church in a way. And it's got a circular floor plan in which all of the pews are arranged in a circle around a stage in the center. and there in the center there are several creatures, one of which is the bug creature, that look like they're all having some sort of conversation. And they're talking, and he leads you into the room. And there in the room, the bug looks up, leans over to these other creatures. And these are bizarre looking creatures which are, I'm going to go Lovecraftian here. They're so bizarre if I were to describe them to you, we would all go insane. And so I can't. But they are so strange, so atrocious, so unrecognizably whatever they are. I can't describe them to you. The bug stands up, walks across the stage, comes down the stairs, and then actually steps right up to you and immediately begins its clicking and whirring sounds that you can sort of understand. If you recall, in the last game, you had sort of established a rapport, and it apologizes to you and tells you, and it says, very, very sorry that you were killed, but I did what I could to bring you back here, and I erased all traces of what happened to you, so hopefully we can get you back safe and sound.
That sounds good, and thank you. And by the way, what's your name?
He gives you a name which is so unpronounceable. If I were to pronounce it, it would drive you insane.
I knew that was coming. Okay. Well, anyway, friend. I'll just call you friend then. Friend, thank you for saving me, for rescuing me. And I really appreciate that I'm no longer naked, but I actually need like my stuff back. I need my clothes.
He communicates to you that the clothing can't go through the portal and they don't actually have it for you, but
oh, okay.
He's very sorry about that.
Not even my bag?
He looks confused for a moment. Bag? Was there a bag when you came through?
Right, my clothing, all the pockets and different things, and a bag, like that's where I keep all my magical items.
Cut to Boston Common right now, where a member of the silent service, who's like a low-ranking member, is going across Boston Common, sweeping all kinds of debris into a big garbage bag for collection and analysis right now. So he's sweeping it through, and your bag and your clothing, which have floated down from the heavens, are being swept into a garbage bag and then marked top secret, not to be opened except by like members of silent service, blah, 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 blah. Cut back to you in the tree without him.
Okay. Such a dick.
Hey, I didn't make the rules.
You did.
Creating stories is just like, it's a statue it's in the block. I don't create the statue. I just like chip away at the stuff that's around it.
Ah, okay. I get it. Oh, all right. Well, friend, how do you propose on getting me back to my dimension? And I'm assuming there's still some kind of emergency going on. So if you could fill me in on that, because we may have saved the president, but what's this little conference about?
He looks over and he explains to you that it's not really something that you need to be aware of, but it is it's a meeting of various tribes, various broods here in this world. And they're talking about something very serious that's going on, but it's not for you to know.
Okay, fair. I accept that. But I do need to get back to my home dimension. And back to my crew.
So he says, yes, we can of course do that. It will take a little bit of work, a little bit of time, but we can do our best. Please follow us to the space-time map.
Okay.
And so with that, he leads you off deeper into the tree. Let's go back to what's going on in the crowd. So I want to start with, this is really hard because I'm juggling everybody. So let's go back to the Helix and as you're looking out into the crowd and you can see Bombast waving his sock monkey.
Moving actually around in a circle, giving
Oh.
her a good 360 vantage.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Becca,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not a complete cold meet, would you introduce me?
She looks around as if she's a little bit nervous about this, but she nods. I'll do so. Let's do so quickly, though.
Yep. And as we move through the crowd, I will ask, is there anything I should know about him?
The South Boston Pathogenic Institute, Patrogenic Institute, is a sham. All of the institutes are a sham. They claim that they bring in orphans and they train them and they help them, get them on their feet. But what they're really doing is they're creating living weapons. The boy that I'm about to introduce you to is a living weapon. But he's one of the living weapons that got out before he could be turned into something destructive. And at that moment, the three of you bump into each other, and pleasantries are exchanged. So at this point, do you two want to ask each other any questions, or?
I would just like to introduce myself,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to reach out to shake his hand, and I'll look to Becca and be like, this is okay. Trust me, this is fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to reach out. Hi, my name is Lonnie, giving my real name.
Right.
I think I might know a little bit about some of the situations you've been in, since I've been in the system myself. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to leave this floating out there.
Holding Maya pretty close to my chest, I'll reach out. I'll look to Becca first. Does she kind of give me a
She
nod?
gives you the nod, and then more importantly, maybe Maya's speaking in your headphones and telling you, just shake his hand.
All right. I do reach out, and I'm as gentle as I can be, but there's an enormous amount of strength behind the handshake.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel the need to try to do a super detector
Mm-hmm.
on it, but instead, I'm just going to try one really quick biomanipulation to
Yep.
try and tickle his hypothalamus to create some oxytocin. See if there's
Oh, that I get.
trust or happiness just from our meeting, just to try and forge a bond.
Okay. So what is your role for that? Is it psyche? I know that it's oxytocin, so it should be technically like a living sort of thing, but I'm guessing your manipulation of it is psyche?
Yeah, we'll do psyche. So
Okay.
that's remarkable.
Remarkable. Okay. So go ahead and and let me ask you this. Bombast, are you feeling receptive to him, or are you feeling like you'd sort of resist him? You can tell us truthfully.
Yeah, I'm not going to resist. I'm going to be cautious, but I'm not going to resist because Becca essentially introduced us. And I
Okay,
trust
so let's call that a column shift of 1 in your favor, Helix.
Okay. I rolled a 69.
Okay, 69 on what was your rank again?
It was remarkable.
So it's
that was-
incredible. 69 is in the yellow, actually. So we're going to say that you're able to give him a good feeling, and I'm going to say, Bombast, and you basically see this guy in a very favorable light. And
Yeah, and
Maya's like, you can definitely trust this guy.
And Bombast nods, and you can see the trepidation just kind of washing off of him.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna get me out of Boston?
I will assist you. Yes, let's work it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Becca.
at that point, Becca just nods to you, and she looks very nervous. And then again, she threads her way into the crowd and just disappears. So let's do one more scene before we go to break. I want to go back to Dimensional Detective, go back to Eternal Trooper, Canadian Cavalier, and the Elasticized Man. So the three of you at this point have tickets to the Red Sox game, even though even though the Eternal Trooper is sort of sped off on his own, but I assume you kind of catch up with each other.
Yeah, if that's possible.
Yes, I like to keep as many
And
parties
to follow
together
the
as
Eternal
possible.
Trooper through broken field running across the common.
Yes. So, what are you gentlemen going to do at this point? What's the
Well, I would
decision?
go collect my car and head on off to the stadium.
I was looking in the crowd for folks we knew, such as Helix, and if I have identified him, I am going to try and collect him.
I'm going to ask Helix this. In all honesty, what would you have been doing? Would you have how would you have been trying to keep yourself on the down low from everybody else but for these guys? Or
Yes.
would you? Yeah, and I would say,
authorities. You know, I'm avoiding the uniforms
Yeah.
and the guys who look official, and I am trying to keep my eyes open for the folks that I know from
I'm not
the
even
last
gonna
24.
I'm not even going to make you guys roll for it at this point, because the truth is, if you guys have worked together, it's not like I'm going to have to, like, you're going to have to see if you can find each other. I'm going to say that if you want to find each other, it's at this point where you can come back together, with the addition, of course, of Bombast in this adventure, who is now new to Eternal Trooper, Canadian Cavalier, and Elasticized Man.
Yeah, I'll just try to catch his eye through the crowd, and then just a very serious point towards the car.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wheels up, we're out of here.
Okay.
Let's
You
go.
want the good guys,
into
Mr. Long?
Okay.
Let's see. What I have is a Bentley Continental Sports Coupe.
Not
With air
anymore.
conditioning.
Convertible now.
Conditioning.
I think I'll fold what remains of the roof back.
That's right. Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the one of this particular model of a car that had a left-hand drive.
Oh well.
So off we go. And how long it will be before the game actually starts?
We can just fast forward and just say
Okay.
that, we can do it a couple ways. So what we'll do is we're going to take a break, but what we'll do is you guys can think about, is there something you want to do before the game? So there may be some sort of investigation, there may be like a rest you want to do, there may be something else, or if you want, we can just sort of snap our fingers. And now remember, you guys are presuming that there's actually something going on at the game and the president is in danger. For all you know, you're about to watch the game in real time with all of us for the rest of the game. But let's go. Let's
0-2. Here's the pitch.
I know. So let's go to a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will be back to continue with Act 2 of Hero State Issue 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I'm going to do something unusual here. Steve was about to tell us about a documentary on either curling or perhaps caber toss, and I feel that this could be the thing that puts our ratings through the roof. So, Steve, could you tell us about this?
Well, yes. So it was.
Thank you.
It had to be maybe 20 years ago, but
Mhm.
it was during the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, and there was a documentary about curling.
Yeah.
And I don't remember all the specifics, but it was basically saying that there's a very limited supply of curling stones because they come from one specific place in either Scotland or Wales.
Oh.
And that's the
It's
only
an
place
island.
that you, yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah. And that's the only place where you can get the official stones that have the properties of
Right.
professional curling.
Right. They have
And
like the density or whatever, the weight.
yeah, or however it
Yeah.
works. And I thought it was very interesting that
Yeah, this is why I don't have a curling team, because those stones are like $2,000 or $3,000 each.
wow, yeah.
And you need what, 16 of them for a game, something like that. So
I mean,
Wow.
growing up in Canada, curling was something that would pop up on TV like once a week on Saturday mornings, like right after the good cartoons ended.
Yeah.
It would cut to like curling.
The good curling.
Well, the good curling, and you'd see men on ice in penny loafers with a broom, and it was just magnificent.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want more conversation like this, just subscribe. Patreon members get hours and hours of curling and every obscure sport that you can think of. We talk about and discuss, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I meant last week when I said that I should really just stop broadcasting the games and just broadcast our 10-minute conversations. They're absolutely fascinating. But at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. If you've liked what you've been watching, and if you like more discussions about curling, please do like and subscribe. But at any rate, let's get ourselves back to the game. When last we left our heroes, they had finally reunited. So as a game master and maybe as budding game masters out there, you might watch and you might have heard lots of advice about trying to keep the party together, never separate them. I actually think it's kind of fun sometimes to separate them as long as you get it into little small bites that move the story along. But finally, they have all reunited. Everybody's back except, of course, for this guy over here, who is Tom Talisman, who is still somewhere. We don't know where. He's dead. But let's continue with our 5 heroes who are on the Earth of Dimension 275. So what would you gentlemen like to do at this point? We had said last that I'm willing to play with the time here and give you time if you'd like to complete some tasks or let things go right to the game.
Yeah, I don't know any tasks that I particularly need to do other than get my car fixed. But that's,
yes, that'll be for a different day. That'll be a different game.
Yeah.
We'll do a whole 4-hour session around you waiting at the garage to get your rag top sewn back up, selecting the colors and. Is there anything else that anyone would like to do?
I think we just need to explore maybe more of the threats that might be coming, and we have to work out how to get the Bugman and Tom Talisman.
Yeah.
And and another problem is we don't have any clues.
Yeah.
Well, that's I mean, like nobody dropped a matchbook that has the name of the bar.
I would like to point of order, please. I would like to just say, as I mentioned sort of before, no one has investigated yet, which is why you don't have any clues. It's not because no one dropped a matchbook, right? So someone may have. You guys just have to sort of go about and do the legwork in order to figure out perhaps what's going on. So I'm willing to work with you here. I'll help you on this, but how would you like to investigate? You've just emerged. The crowd is being dispersed. There are members of the silent service that are sweeping up and kind of collecting data and evidence. And it wasn't just some guy sweeping stuff into a bag. They was actually like cataloging, photographing, doing all these different things. How would you guys like to check out what's going on?
Well, anyone got a clue? Because I'm sort of, it's like if there are any clues in all this rubbish that the silent service is sweeping up, they are A, not obvious, and B, we're not going to be allowed to see them.
You might just have to do some psyche rolls in order to sort of sneak in there.
Yeah. Okay.
What would you guys like to look for? So we've got the evidence. I'll help you out a little bit with what you have. You already know that the technology that was used, if you recall, they were wearing parasuits and these weapons, right? So these weapons are Vagavurian, first of all. So they're otherworldly or other dimensional. Second, you have the powder. This powder that a few of you had seen this being used to transport humans from one side of this existence to another side of it, or one universe to another universe, or one dimension to another dimension. So you have at least those 2 clues, at least to start with. Third, and this is one you haven't really looked into, but you have your Red Sox fans who are in different spots all over Boston right now. Now, Canadian Cavalier at the end of last game had just said something very simple. Who do you work for?
Right.
And you hadn't really gotten an answer out of that. But on the other hand, you hadn't really pursued it too hard. So I leave it up to you gentlemen as far as what you'd like to do to investigate now.
Well, we could try and find out, where they got their Red Sox suits. And if they were like delivered to a certain address or something, or there was a credit card that we could track.
I like this question. Where else do we want to go with this? Any other ideas, gentlemen?
Well, I just want to see if we can kind of get the layout of where the president will be watching the game from whether in one of the luxury boxes or he has a detail or something like that.
I'm going to tell you right now, first of all, you're not going to know exactly where he's going to be at, because that's the sort of thing that they never announce, because the president is not supposed to be, you're not supposed to be able to know where the president's going to be.
Well, right.
However,
but we know he's going to be there, so maybe we could see by the clues of how the silent service are acting.
I like that. I was going to say there's one thing you do know that he's going to do, and that is throw out the first pitch. I'll just say that right off the bat. People have been chattering about this. He's going to throw out the first pitch. Anything? Go ahead.
Well, the only lead that I really have, I want to take a moment, and I don't know when the time is right in our particular timeline, to come clean about who I am and my time at Deer Island, and the fact that they used an agent called Zulu 22 to suppress our powers there. But then during the actions and activities of our escape, I tell the story about this train through the portal and these vials of chemicals, which seem to actually accentuate the power. And I'm trying to draw these connections with the fact that I've just learned that this young man, Lucas, was being trained as a weaponized super, but he's been out, and that there's these other institutes that are all trying to come about and make, I guess, controlled superpowered individuals. So I'm just throwing this all out there and just, here's my experience. Here's what I know.
Frank,
Here's what I found.
I'm sorry, Helix, you may have to tell them a little bit more, because I don't know if everybody watched your solo episode. I totally get what you're saying.
Right.
But sort of the way I set this up was so that people would have different pieces that they could put together of the puzzle. Bombast, for that matter, has some information. And Eternal Trooper, you have some information as well. And I'm just going to let it click into your mind. The weapon that you slammed down and then grabbed up and took away, looking at it, it reminds you very much of the material that the meteoric dagger that you saw at the Boston Fine Arts Museum was made out of. It's that otherworldly, pure material. Pure
I
iron.
should have the contact info for that.
For the woman that, yes, her name was Diana, and Diana was actually the reincarnation of your formal friend. I believe their name was Koth. Was that correct?
That was my name. This was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So I'm going to allow you to metaphorically and like symbolically bring all this together and sort of contact, if you want to call Diana, if somebody wants to take a look at and explain the portal, maybe Frank, Helix, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Bombast, if you want to chime in about what you know about what's going on.
Yeah, I was on a train. I had to get out of Bangor, and there were these people that were at the institute. They had these weird big cannon-like guns that took out an entire bridge, and I had to save the boxcar guy from falling, and we made it down into the water, and that's how Maya got hurt. But then they were still shooting, and it was scary.
And actually, looking at the rifle that Eternal Trooper is carrying with him, Bombast, you recognize the technology used to construct the rifle as being the same as the giant cannon.
I'd have to tinker a bit, but I think that that's the same type gun.
Mm-hmm.
The exact same type, or
no, it's
or
smaller.
something
That's
similar?
smaller than the one, but I remember the barrel.
Right. Okay. So it seems like the Institute is experimenting with supers in all possible ways to try and find out what their limits are, to see if they can accentuate their abilities, to see if they can suppress their abilities depending on what they think they're going to need. And it looks like let's call them the Red Sox fans, are drawn from, non-super nationalist identity groups, right? Who might be sympathetic to the Confederacy and seem to be getting their weapons from the Confederacy. So there may be some secret war going on, that the public hasn't realized about, that in which the Confederacy is attacking supers in other countries.
With these artifacts, I know someone who's worked with these artifacts, a companion of mine, which might mean she will have a connection to where they're coming from and be able to run that down. So I definitely want to contact her.
You can just, we'll
ASAP.
say in a shorthand way that you contact her maybe by phone. So I'm able to answer any of those questions you need. So if you want me to be her, I can be her for the moment. What do you want to know?
Absolutely, because I want to see if she if she's even near the area.
She's
If
in
I
the
have something
area,
for her to see.
and she was ready to go to the game as well, actually.
Good. Yeah. She should meet us as soon as possible on our way there.
Yep, we can just tell me when you want to meet her and I'll have her come into the story. Not a problem.
All right. I guess if we're also gonna do a bunch of stuff, we're gonna head to the game. We can just meet right at the gates.
Okay.
After we finish what we need to do. And
Well,
while on the phone, I
can take 2 people in my car. Although one of them will have to kind of scrunch in the jump seat in the back.
Well, if you stand people up through the holes,
when I broke the
lots of people could fit.
Oh man,
How do we just strap you to the fender?
Yeah,
I know, right? Put you in the trunk. Is there a trunk?
Yeah.
Okay.
This car may have been the first ever hatchback.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
But not a fastback, unfortunately, just a hatchback. Okay.
I do want to just briefly brief her on the maybe the effects of the weapon and what it's made out of and how I know what her experience with that is.
Yeah.
And that it's tied to this other dimensional. We've had these other dimensional interactions this day.
So,
yeah.
Diana, who is otherwise known as your friend from several thousand years ago, tells you that if you do indeed have some sort of Vagavurian tech, it means that what you're dealing with is someone who is either a weapons or an arms dealer or an organization that has some sort of direct line or contact bringing weapons back and forth between Vagavur and this dimension 275 Earth. She assures you, or she insists that you be very, very careful so that you take every precaution you can. And I want to remind you as well, do you remember Eternal Trooper? And now I'm asking you this out of her character, but just as a game master. Do you remember what happened at the very end of your story?
I had sat with her.
So you were talking, and who else was there?
It was the man I know who it is, but the trooper does not necessarily.
Well, right. So there was a southern gentleman with some assistants that were there as well. So I'm just going to say that. I'm not going to say.
I want to mention to her there is that there is a Vagavurian interest in what is occurring today because of our initial discovery of the bug coming in, and that it was immediately attacked by this other group.
She seems very, very concerned.
Who has subsequently disappeared with one of our number. And so we need to find out as soon as we can where he is and how to get him back.
Who is it?
The bug, I don't know. We were interfacing with them, but this is Tom Talisman.
Tom Talisman. Tom Talisman. I've heard that name before. She snaps her fingers, and you hear this even through the audio on the phone call. I think I've heard of him.
We're going to need him for the rest of what's going to go down today, as we expect.
You can almost hear her nodding in the long pause on the other end of the line. All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can find him. But let me tell you something. You be careful.
From where I'm strapped to the fender of the car, I say, guys, we have to be careful.
In the wind, but no one can hear you over the roar of the motor as the elasticized man like guns it a few times just out of general resentment for you having punched 2 holes in his ragtop. We have to be careful, guys. It's just lost in the wind. Anybody else working on anything in transit en route to Bombast, Helix?
Well, I'm driving, so
you're occupied.
Not
no distracted driving, Josh. Okay, no
Yeah,
distracted
okay.
driving. No like texting or like searching or googling anything. Canadian Cavalier.
Well, can I at least swerve to run over Red Sox fans? if I see
Yes,
them
right.
on
Just in
sidewalk?
case. You're just hedging your
Just in
bets.
case they're-
I'm in preparation for the action that is sure to come. I'm contacting my motorcycle and having it meet me at Fenway.
So it powers up wherever it happens to have been parked, somewhere
Yeah.
safe, and then immediately hums toward Fenway Park.
I'm gonna bring it to Gate A.
Oh, why would you bring it to Gate A? It's as if we've played a game there before. Anyway, let's cut now back to poor Tom Talisman stuck somewhere, who knows where. Tom, can you tell us what you're up to at this point? Where did we last leave you?
The bug was taking me towards a dimensional portal.
And indeed, as you arrive at the dimensional portal, you see something you don't expect, and that is a cube, which is located deep in the bowels of this tree. And the cube is 5 by 5 by 5. And inside each cube, within the 5 by 5 by 5 main cube, there seems to be a large slug-like creature. So if we're 5 by 5, there are 125 of them. And each one is working and busily doing something with holographic controls, pressing buttons, stopping and pausing every so often, enlarging things, scrubbing back and forth through data. And the bug creature tells you this is the main control center where they will send you back to your proper time.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's not just through time and space and through space and across dimensions. There's also a time element to it.
It looks a little bit flustered when you say this. You mean you don't want to be 125 years late?
No, I want to go back to the moment when my clothes are falling from and be underneath them and catch them. That's what, that would be the ideal point in time to get me to.
It stops.
Maybe not just back to your apartment, Anyway.
Right. Eric, let me ask you something out of character right now. Is there a volume control on your audio?
There is.
It's
am I
very
too loud?
There we go. Bring it down a little bit.
It's too loud.
There
Okay.
you go. Not a problem.
Is that much better? That's better.
Not much better. It's a little better. You should keep going.
Okay.
Can you say?
And how does that work
Lower.
for you?
Lower.
Is that
Lower.
No?
Lower.
I think that's my what the volume I'm adjusting is the volume of what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay, not a problem. All right,
I don't.
so
Yeah.
nah, I'll work on it over here on my side.
I'll just talk quietly.
There we go. That's very good. So at any rate, it explains to you that there is an element of time, and time does not work here the same way that it works back in dimension 275 on Earth. And that they're going to need a little bit of your help in this matter. And the bug creature directs you to a single small cubicle that is off to the side. And they say they need you in order to pinpoint not just the spatial element of this, but the time element of this. And so you're going to need to tell them exactly where in time and space you want to go.
Okay. Well, I guess if you can scroll back and forth and scrub and view the timeline, then I'll say I'll go to the point in that fracas when I'm being carried off, and the bug carries me through some sort of portal, and all my clothes and items drop there, right there. I want to be at that space on the ground, right below them. That's the point in time.
They tell you that in order to do this, you're going to have to go into the cube, and you're going to have to focus yourself on that moment in time where you need to go. And then they will place you back in that time. And this bug creature gestures up toward this cube, and you can again see all of those large slug-like creatures which look vaguely human and somehow distorted and hunched over, and they've got these tiny little T-Rex arms but these long thick tails, and they're scrubbing through data looking at little holographic projections of things. And the bug asks, however, this may put your human body under tremendous strain. You may be torn apart eternally.
I don't love the sound of that.
Neither does the Game Master, because he's about to take a big risk on this.
Is there a way to not be torn apart?
No. The only way not to be torn apart is to be sent back at the wrong time, or at the time at which time has passed.
All right, fair. Then since you have your display up and you scrolled to where my clothes are and that moment, and I'm dropping, follow my clothes forward in time to the present, to whatever the present is.
So
and then
what
drop
you're going
me
to
on top of them.
All right. So here's what you're going to have to do. You need to get into the box, he explains to you, and you need to start concentrating and thinking about those clothes, if this is really what you want. You have to think about the clothing. You have to think about where you last had the clothing. And then they will be able to locate it in the time-space coordinates, follow it, track it, and then put you down somewhere near the clothing. I can't believe this. And presumably, it'll be about the right time.
Okay, can I ask a question here?
I'm going to sort of allow this. I'm only going to allow this because you're a published author, but otherwise I would tell you no. If you were one of the...
No, my question, actually, it's more a procedural thing.
Yeah.
My question is, if the dimensional detective reappears in Boston Common when the fight is still going on, does that mean we have to replay everything we played tonight?
Yeah, we'll come back next week.
Include his character.
Well, just trust in the Game Master here.
Okay. All right.
Let's just say I've got some trickery up my sleeve. I don't want to give too much away. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So, with that, I assume you enter the box?
Yes. Get in the box.
And you get inside the box, And it is completely void and empty of detail and seemingly even dimension. And there's a moment where you kind of have to sort of gather yourself, and you almost feel sickened by the fact that there's nothing for you to see in here. Everywhere you look, it's just almost perfect darkness. And except for the square, as it begins to close, and the bug asks you if you have any final questions.
I wouldn't know what to ask. How do I get there safely?
Pray, it says. And the doors close. And with that, let's go back to our fellows and let's see if they had thought of any questions or anything they want to figure out or investigate before they meet at Gate A at Fenway Park, or before they arrive at
Okay,
Gate
well, depending on how much time there is, I will call sports and memorabilia stores and ask if they have sold large numbers of socks, jackets, T-shirts, caps, etc.
Calling around a few times, you do manage to find a store not too far. We'll say, I'm going to say it's on the north end. The north end, and just to let everybody know on what this is, the north end is an area where they've actually got docks that lead off to like the islands, like Deer Island, for example, and head to other parts. There's a seaport district now, and other districts. So it's kind of the closest you can be to the ocean in this instance. So yes, sir. Yes, we did actually. We had we actually got an order. It's a rather large one. Let me look through the invoices here. Looking at it, it looks like there was a shipment that was sent out to a Mr. Let me see how this is spelled. J-O-H and John S-M-I, John Smythe, I believe it is.
Okay.
Shipment to John Smythe of 35 uniforms. I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Hold on a second. I can't wait. Boss, it's just some guy that wants to know about the. What do you mean privacy? Oh, privacy? Okay. That privacy, huh? Okay. Like in the bathroom. Okay, got it. I'm sorry, sir, I can't tell you much more than that. You're going to have to make a successful psyche roll if you want to know more.
Okay. And I roll an 80.
80 is very good. I don't even have to look at the chart to tell you that. What do you want to know from this guy?
Mr. Smythe's address would be useful.
Let's see here. Looking on
phone
the
number, why not?
Phone number 555-1212.
Okay.
Area code 999. And then the address, he gives you address as well. And this address, it's just wherever, but it's not too far.
Okay.
You could make it there.
All right.
Anything else you want to know? That's a good roll, so I'll give you another question or two.
Okay. What does Mr. Smythe look like? Did you see him? Did you meet him?
Yeah, Mr. Smythe. He gives you a description, and let me ask you this. Are you going to tell the description to the other people?
Oh, yeah.
Your other buddies?
Yeah.
Basically, Eternal Trooper, you recognize the description as being one of the thugs that was with the man in white. I like how you take a swig of beer at that. You're like, I got that. So he does give you a description. It matches one of the characters, one of the non-player characters that Eternal Trooper has seen in one of his adventures with the main bad guy. One more question, or are you okay?
Did he come with anyone else? When he came to make the order, was he?
He came in with another thug.
Okay.
That matches the description of one of the thugs that was with the man in white.
And did he pay with a credit card?
paid in cash.
Oh, okay. New England currency?
New England, nice, crisp,
Okay.
non-sequential New England bills.
Okay. Can anyone else think of another question I need to ask this guy? He seems so cooperative and nice.
He's very friendly.
Maybe I should.
I like how I see all of you huddled together on the phone together, like each one of you with your ear up against the phone, rather than using speakerphone, because Tandy smartphones don't have speakerphone in this universe.
Okay. Well, fortunately, I can just extrude a pseudopod and hold it.
Yeah,
to their
you could
face,
like
know,
echo it to everybody. No questions then?
I guess not.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Who else is up? Who would like to investigate anything else?
I would like to just ruminate on my personal experience, connections, and the new knowledge that these institutes are kind of crooked to see if I can intuit any knowledge that the game master might wish to impart.
Is this actually a skill? Because I sort of feel like what you're saying is, I feel like you're, as a player, you're going, I would like to make a roll that tells me information about what's happening without it being labeled as a skill, ability, or attribute at all. And you just tell me what's going on. Is there a specific talent or skill ability that you have to justify
no, there isn't. But there's like the information that we have with the Zulu and the weapons that these guys are using.
Yeah.
They obviously are meant to depower people.
Yeah.
And make them victims. So obviously, I feel like we need to watch out for this technology or chemical at Fenway.
Yes. Okay, I like how you're getting more specific with this now. So does this mean you're kind of, as you're like moving through the streets, as you're like, you know, making your way from one vehicle to another or up to the gate A, you're kind of looking around for something. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more specific. Go ahead.
I would like to ask my companions if they would like to pay John Smythe a visit before the game.
I will give you a little bit of time to visit him if you want while you're traveling through. So does that mean, Helix, you're looking around for this stuff as you're...
Yeah, just looking out. I know I don't... Well, I can't do it for myself.
Yeah.
But if somebody would allow me just to make some slight alterations, or I should say attempt to make some slight alterations, I can supplement your olfactory skills, and we could see if anyone smells that almond smell in the air. Or
so you could kind of enhance somebody's like olfactory senses and then have them sense or smell for the almonds. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my idea.
I can send my nose out of the car.
Oh, good. Okay.
I can send it, kind of.
So
are you driving?
Yeah.
It's distracted driving, but it's all right. They don't say anything about the smelling sense, just about like your eyes, your ears, your. Okay. So
now, do we have two kinds of magic interdimensional fairy pixie dust? One to suppress.
I believe that yes. What you've kind of determined is that there are a couple kinds.
Okay.
Well, there's not only the stuff that powers up and covers powers or eliminates them, but there's also transformative powder, like that you can shift places, dimensions, locations.
Yes. So there are different forms, different blends, if you will, of this powder. So you would like to sniff, and you would like Elasticized Man to sniff for it.
And give him that extra boost of sensory, as if his genetics were
you don't even have to roll for this, because Elasticized Man is a willing participant in this. And I'm going to say that as he holds his nose up into the air, he starts to catch the scent of almonds. But I want Elasticized Man to make what do we call this? A smelling roll? What the heck is a smelling roll? Is that a damn you TSR? Why couldn't you have made a smelling attribute? Let's call this reason. Or no, intuition. I'm sorry. We'll call it intuition. Please make an intuition roll. What's your intuition rank?
It's excellent.
Excellent. All right. Good to hear it. And because
And
you're a willing participant, I'll shift it by 1 to remarkable.
okay. Wah, wah, wah. I think I rolled a 23. I probably didn't do so good.
With a 23, let's just say
We're
this.
glad you're focused on the road, Josh.
Let's just say
Hey, this is the biggest car on the road.
Yes, that's right. You don't have to worry. Let's just say this. The scent of almonds gets stronger the closer you get to Fenway.
Okay, maybe
that's it.
Yeah.
That's something to be aware of, gentlemen.
Yeah.
That this technology that suppresses superpowers is in high concentration as we get closer.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's an almond vendor.
That's right. There's like a guy with a like cart, and he's like, "Get your almonds, fresh roasted almonds. Get them here, fellas." And then on the other side of town, somebody's got like a gun like this, and he's just like bearing down on the president. Anything else you gentlemen are looking for? Bombast
Maybe
or
we shouldn't
Canadian
need to
Cavalier?
Stop. Maybe we shouldn't stop by Mr. Smythe's house. Maybe we should go direct to Fenway Park and start smelling around.
It's up to you guys. I mean, Canadian Cavalier or Bombast? Is there something you guys want to get up to while on the ride over?
Well, Bombast is just updating Maya on everything that's happened up till now, and then I guess soliciting kind of like why are all these guys so tense? What's going on? You said something about the president.
So Maya is explaining to you in the best terms that Bombast could understand that there is this attempted assassination that the others are very, very concerned and worried about at this point. And she conveys this to you so that you kind of clearly understand exactly what's going on. And then you get that sort of, and I don't want to speak for you as your character, but my feeling is that she is able, from her knowledge of who you are and all that, to convey to you the import of what's going on right now and what the others are attempting to do.
Well, have you figured out the news and everything about it? Did you hear anything?
Oh, would you like me to check something for you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to check?
Well, check on why someone wants to kill the president.
So she starts to search through data, and I want you to go ahead and make a reason check. I know this.
Reason?
No, all right. We'll say I know, right? We'll make it an intuition check. Whichever one's higher, reason or intuition.
Oh, intuition by far. All right, here we go.
By far meaning you are poor versus 0.
No. Actually, incredible as opposed to.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, sure. There you go.
And I rolled an 86.
86. So she explains to you. What do you want to know? What do you ask her exactly?
Great question, because I got to think my character, how he would.
Yeah, how would he put it?
Why would anybody benefit if the president died?
She explains to you that the Second Confederacy would benefit because they want to show that para beings are not the gods, the gods that everyone thinks they are. They are indeed humans, and in fact, they're blasphemous. They're blasphemous distortions of humanity.
Blasphemous sounds bad. Well, is that why they got that powder that's like kind of like what I overheard, making it so that we don't have strength and stuff like that?
Yes, because they're trying to take those abilities away to put everyone, to restore everyone to the way that, and this is told to you through like articles and images and things like that, through the way that God intended you to be. They think that these are blasphemous distortions of humanity that are wrong.
Isn't it stupid of them to try and come up, if they don't have superpowers and they came up here to kill the president and the president's going to get mad? Isn't it stupid of them to just pick on a bully like us?
I love this question, and I'm not even going to make you roll for this. I'm going to say to you, she searches through dozens and dozens of online articles that are written, and she finds a very obscure article by a researcher that's maybe discredited and thought to be a crackpot. And the theory goes that they actually want to start a third war between New England and the Second Confederacy, so that the Second Confederacy can take over and dominate New England once again. Because according to these articles, New England has all the ports, it's got all the business, it's got all the shipping, all of the things that it links back to the first Civil War, the things that the Confederacy lacked. And this crackpot also says that they may be working along with Canada, which has kind of a conservative bent of its own. And they hope to eliminate New England from all of this. So essentially what they hope to do is cause a kind of domino effect where New England crumbles under its own weight.
Okay.
And she explains it in terms that Bombast would understand.
But if we're stronger than them, I think it's stupid. But okay.
And she leaves you with one kind of scary notion, and that is, you think New England thinks it's stronger than them. But not if they equip their own kind as
These weapons.
suicide bombers. Not unlike the bombers of World War II that killed several 100,000 Japanese at Hiroshima and Nagasaki with the psychic bomb.
I hope that's not an illusion of something to come. Oh, that's not Bombast.
That's you. You can say that out loud, though. Anyone else want to take this a little bit further, or are we going to arrive at Gate A and meet up with Diana?
I say we go to Gate A.
I just want to clear one.
Well, I will go to a Gate A, but first I'm going to go to valet parking because I don't want to park this car in the street.
I will give you valet parking, and the valet looks like the valet out of Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Eternal Trooper from the fender.
From the fender.
Off wherever he wants to go.
Eternal Trooper, what were you going to say? You were going to do something?
Were you saying that the guy who's buying all the uniforms was one of the henchmen with the Southern Gentleman?
Yes.
All right, this is hitting the things I know in a very strange way, and I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Y'all set? Okay. Let's go then with our Dimensional Detective. Dimensional Detective, the doors have just closed up and it's completely black. And slowly but surely, the lights begin to come on, but these aren't actually lights. What you're really looking at around you is the cosmos. And you are floating, not just in space, but somehow you know you're floating actually in time as well. You look above and below, to the left and to the right, but actually coordinates and directions start to make very little sense to you at this point. And behind you, you can see the 125 slug-like creatures all stacked in a cube-like formation, like a phalanx on top of a phalanx on top of a phalanx, and so forth, in 5 levels, as they slowly make their hand gestures, move, and you get a sense inside your head that they're asking you now for a time. And all you have to do is think of that time that you want to go to.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck.
I I guess I'm thinking of the present time.
Right. Tell me,
Right.
describe to me the present time. What's happening in the present time, or what does the present time look like?
The present time is an agent has sweeped up a whole bunch
Yep.
of items and
Yep.
bagged them,
Yep.
and there's bags of evidence piled on each other, and my friends, colleagues have gotten in a car and driven off, and several minutes have gone by since then, and I'm just looking at this pile of evidence bags while a bunch of, silent service agents are talking to Boston Red Sox fans.
Okay. So, do you have any powers, abilities, attributes that would help you out in focusing on this time?
No, I don't have any talents, or I'm looking at my spells. I don't have any spells that would work for that, but my psyche, or
just your psyche in general, or intuition. Yeah. Okay, which one is higher in this?
Psyche.
All right, what's your psyche rank? Make
Amazing.
me a psyche roll.
I'm going to add 19 points of karma.
That's very precise, but I guess that's because if you're amazing, you want to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just have an odd number of.
Oh, you only have 19 left.
No. I'm saying I'm trying to cut. I have. It ends with a 9, so I'm trying to cut off that 9, so that's even numbers from here on out.
Okay.
All right.
Too much for your brain to process.
Right. And I rolled a 66.
66 plus 19 makes it a 70. Wait.
85.
Thank you. Trust the writer to be good in math. 75. So that is, with amazing, that's well in the yellow. So you focus yourself. And tell me, how would the dimensional detective focus himself in order to do this? Would you be sitting, standing? What are you going to do?
Standing. He's standing. He's used to sort of relaxing by, like, I don't know, smoking weed, taking a drink, whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
So he's not one of these very meditative, kind of like floating Doctor Strange type guys. He's just like, I'm just thinking really hard.
just really concentrating.
Just give me a minute.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Standing like that.
As this happens, you can feel all of the, well, it's the first time you've really experienced this sensation, but you feel every molecule on the back end of your body begin to stretch and distort as if it were made out of a rubber band. And then somehow you just intuit that each one of those molecules is somehow being touched by the 125 slug-like creatures in the cube behind you. And you feel as if you've been turned into some sort of conduit. And looking ahead of yourself, you can kind of see what looks like double vision, triple vision, and then quadruple vision, and then just an infinite number of possibilities as you look into the future, the past, and even different versions of the present. And they all begin to shift and fall out of alignment. Sometimes they synchronize, they move back and forth, and then they focus on a single bag of clothing that have been marked and labeled for evidence. And this bag is tossed into a box, and then in the box it's tossed onto a truck, and then the truck is shut and closed, and then you can almost feel the hum and the purr of the motor as it comes to life, and then you can feel the shaking and the vibrating as it's being taken and shifted, and you can feel it as it shifts to the left and to the right. And what you realize you're looking at is this set of clothing that you seem so intent on being reunited with as it's transported and moved through time, through space. And then there's a moment where it dislocates And you feel like, well, there's 3 or 4 different sets of clothing that you could follow down one path or the other, and then they kind of blur back together again, and you're reunited with that set of clothing as it's moved through time and through space. And then suddenly you're pushed from behind by these 125 figures in this 5x5x5 cube, these slug-like creatures, as they suddenly give you a rush, and you're overcome, your senses, by the smell of this. There's a faintly, almost almond-like scent to it, but not quite. It's not the same. This is not the version of the powder that was used to depower human beings. This is the version that was used to enhance them. And you feel this incredible rush. I'd like you to make a reason roll, because right now you feel yourself slipping away almost into insanity. Overcome as this element, as this powder washes over you. Go right ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to tell you what my roll was.
Yeah, go ahead.
96.
On a what?
My reason is excellent.
What you discover is that you feel the rush. You feel the utter rush of whatever this chemical is, and you realize that the chemical that everyone has been talking about, and you only know that they've been talking about this because suddenly all these realities become clear to you. This chemical, this powder, whatever it is the key to control all of time-space, all of space-time, all of time and all of space, all of reality. And you feel this overwhelming sense of confidence as you are launched on a roller coaster through the aurora, up into and through the cosmos. And there are planets and stars that rush by you, one after another after another. You land at one, and you realize this is Fenway Park, but it's 200 years before. And then suddenly you're yanked back, and then you're moving backward, and then you're jerked forward one more time, and you're sent through time and space, hurtling along this corridor like a roller coaster, and you land on another one. This one, though, is 200 or 300 years in the future, and you're yanked back, you're brought back, sent through time and space again, and then you approach the Earth spinning end over end, and you wonder if this is going to be it. And as you move toward Fenway Park, we're going to go to everybody else. So, gentlemen, Gate A. Are we at Gate A at this point?
Yes,
Or did you guys want to kind of do something else, sneak another little thing in there before we do this? Or
I just want to, as we're approaching Gate A,
yeah,
there's a couple trees along the sidewalk. There's the brick face.
You did your research.
I did. Well, yeah. After the last game I did.
Right.
Where we were at Gate A. I'm looking for any type of portable or smallish plant that I could.
Yeah, if you're looking for, you can like look around, and there's stuff like that are the grounds on the grounds that are being.
And pocket it. Just
okay. Okay. Anybody else while we're waiting at Gate A for Diana to show up?
I am still sniffing around for almonds.
Go ahead and make another roll for that at this point. What was your rank?
Excellent, and I roll a 49.
Ooh, just barely in the green. Almonds like crazy. And it's a distinct smell that's...
almond sellers, or there's
no almond dealers. There's like peanut dealers, like, you know, peanuts, hot dogs, beer, but no almond dealers.
Okay, can I tell if certain individuals smell heavily of almonds more than others?
I like this one too. So you can just kind of wait at Gate A and start to sniff people out.
His nose is flying all over the place.
Okay. Let's hold off on that question, and I'll. Okay, make your roll right now. Make that roll one more time, and I'll let you know what happens based on that.
Wah, wah, wah.
That doesn't sound too good.
11.
Okay, I'll let you know what happens on that, but don't hold your breath. Don't
I spend the
hold
next 45
don't hold
minutes
your
finding an
nose.
almond seller. Yeah.
Right. I know, like you track it down. You find the last almond factory in Boston. Anybody else doing anything at Gate A before Diana?
Almonds don't come from factories. They come from the almond mines. I thought everyone knew.
That's right. They grow on trees. What are you guys talking about? Anybody else before Diana shows up, or I will just have Diana blink into existence? We're okay? All right. Diana has shown up, and she's looking rather nondescript in a and by
San
nondescript I
Diego
mean
outfit.
yeah, no, well, she's in a Boston Red Sox fan Carmen San Diego equivalent outfit, and it takes you a moment, Mr. Hedford, to recognize her. And she emerges from the crowd. You're in great danger, Edward, you and your friends. What do you need?
Everybody gather around, make a little shield for me, because I'm about to pull this weapon out, and I want to conceal that from just the people around us, and I just let it unfold straight down so I can just show her what it is.
So it origamis out, unfolding, but it's not really unfolding, it's just tricks of the light. And suddenly, it's there in existence, and her eyes go wide as she sees it. And with the familiarity and, of course, the comfort that comes from a friendship over thousands of years, which this sort of literally is, she takes it from you. She looks at it.
And I give her the short version, like of what's befallen today, and it's leading up to something big. We know that feeling, and it's leading here, and it's building up to this.
This was loaded with shells, with anti-para shells. She holds it up to her nose and sniffs. I can tell from the scent in the chamber and the barrel. Where did you get this from?
They're riddled across the area with these other troops that came in.
She looks around when you say across the area, and
we were in Cambridge. We were up past where the Institute unveiling was today, and now it's here.
Someone is up to something here, and I fear it's the rise of the humans. Terrorist organization.
About the Southern Gentleman, because we've also traced the buying of these uniforms to his cohorts.
The Southern Gentleman. I don't know a lot about him, but I do know he's not very good news. And she tells you that basically the Southern Gentleman is someone that you should know. And she explains to you, don't you remember? Don't you recall? Do you remember what happened in the temple? Do you remember what happened? You disappeared. Where did you go? You know who the Southern Gentleman is. You tell me. And just to remind you, out of character as a game master now, do you recall going up to the top of the tower and you met a man that was dressed all in white robes? And he was the one that pushed you into the coals and essentially incinerated you.
It was very bad.
Yeah, it was pretty much the most hideous thing I've ever done as a game master. So she explains that in the same way that I'm still your friend from then, so too is the Southern Gentleman, the one that murdered you.
And it feels strange. I don't feel that I yet have the aim I am here for, just that things are leading up to here, to this place.
This could be your cause. This could be what you're called for. I can't tell you your own destiny. Only you know that. It's something that you need to recognize. But no matter what it is, I'll be there with you if you need me. I was there thousands of years ago. I'm here now, and that's no accident. She looks around to the rest of you as if to affirm that she means what she says.
Quickly introduce her as Mosen, but then Diana.
Mm-hmm. And so, do you want to tell everybody, just in case everyone's, who is this person?
Yeah, so back in really the first life of the warrior before the Eternal Trooper was formed, my kind of lieutenant, second in command of my unit was this Mosanamun archer slash companion.
Yep.
And that is who this is persisted to this day.
So thousands of years ago at the Battle of Megiddo, the very first recorded battle of all of history, the Eternal Trooper perished. However, his right-hand man was Diana, but otherwise known as Mosanamun. And now this is Mosanamun in their current and contemporary incarnation. It's up to you, gentlemen, now. What would you like to do?
Maybe we can sort of wander around and see if we can sniff out people who are almond smelling
Mm-hmm.
and station ourselves near them.
I'm gonna.
If they make their move, we can squash them.
I'm gonna say at this point that because you rolled that 11 earlier on, it's very difficult for you guys to kind of lock on to this smell. You know that it's in the air. It's here. You know it. But I mean, like, this guy smells like almonds, but wait a minute, it could be the air. Like, oh wait, it's that guy over there. Oh no, hold on a second. I think that guy's just eating a bag of almonds. No, wait a minute, it's this guy. Looking around, it's very hard to pin down exactly who. But you know it's coming from Fenway.
Right.
And even like when you kind of lean into gate A and you get a waft of, like, I don't know if you've ever been there, but like well, any stadium is just really contained and you can smell it.
What if there is a magic interdimensional pixie dust bomb in here somewhere?
Like under the pitcher's mound.
We're smelling a lot of this.
I really like this question. Do we want to continue down this line? Let's talk about this more. Let's explore it.
Well, if the game master likes the question,
I should stop saying phrases like that.
I am inclined to go in search of an answer.
I like this answer because it means it's gonna be a total party kill.
that the president will be throwing out the first pitch. So the baseballs themselves, or the ceremonial baseball, the pitcher's mound, these are all areas that are somewhat suspect or potentially hazardous. So if there was some way to check that out, we'd want to do that. Also, if any of us have the ability to seek out those exoskeletons or differentiate crisp, clean, new Red Sox gear on fans as opposed to the worn, stained, and seasoned gear.
Right. You're covered in beer stains and like ketchup.
If there was a bomb, where would the bomb be?
Can I, for a moment, step out and explain to you? Okay, what kind of bomb? How do you picture this bomb?
Well, I think what it would do is it would blast the magic interdimensional pixie dust into the air and like cover the whole stadium so that any supers in the stadium would get hit with it and lose their powers.
Anyone else want to venture a guess?
What about the psychic bombs that were used?
You're not there.
What about the
You,
psychic bombs?
you son of a bitch. All right, everyone. Thanks a lot for coming. This is the end of the summer. End of the summer, everybody. That's the great climax. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric. Should have killed you.
Here's a more horrible
But
thought.
guess what? I'm changing the whole plot now. Thanks a lot there.
Why not just drop them through a hole in the sky?
Or
from
maybe
back?
I'm not.
Just, don't allow us to look for psychic bombs. We'll look for some other damn kind of bombs. But we're going to be looking for bombs. I'm going to be looking for bombs anyway. I'm
Yep.
pretty good at
Everybody's
scouting.
on this. Everybody's
Send
on
out
this.
tendrils. Yeah.
I can absolutely do this. Nope, not a problem at all. And you guys would know, in World War II, is there anybody here, as in character, is particularly interested in history? Military history?
I almost
Absolutely.
have a degree in history, not military history.
I've only lived through all of it.
I know, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. If you didn't
That's
Google
true.
it,
Like,
it
I
doesn't
also,
count.
I also have nearly have degrees in physics and chemistry.
I would say, you know what, that's really true. So actually, Josh and Ed, so Eternal Trooper and Elasticized Man, are very, very well versed in this sort of thing.
I
So
will say that I probably am too, just because of my origin story, reading about the Marquis de Salaberry and his
yeah,
exploits.
I think you're right. So why don't you three gentlemen go ahead and make a reason or an intuition roll?
I will roll intuition, and I also have a column shift for this.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your rank?
Incredible.
Yep. That's after the column shift, right?
No.
No. Okay. So it's amazing.
Great.
Go ahead.
All right. I am definitely me rolling dice with a 2.
Nothing. Canadian Cavalier, Elasticized Man?
I roll a 77.
77 on a rank of what? On an excellent. Okay. All right. I like that very much. I'm sorry, Canadian Cavalier. How about yourself?
I rolled a 41 on a remarkable.
Okay. So on the 41 remarkable, what you recall is that in World War II, the psychic bombs that were dropped on Japan were in fact a web of highly psychic sensitive parahumans who were flown over the city and actually caused a psychic disturbance that on some harmonic frequency of the mind caused death to humans, but no destruction whatsoever to the structures, the road, or anything like that on a roll of a 40-something. On a roll of a 77, Elasticized Man, what you get out of this is that there were several telltale signs before this happened. So at first there was a tingling in the spine, and then a feeling as if all of the hairs stood on end. And then a sudden and very violent headache and a nausea. And then 30 to 60 seconds later, instantaneous death as brains were scrambled and people just simply collapsed. And this kind of there were kind of waves to this. The further out it got from the center of the web of psychics that were flown over in several dozen bombers close to the ground.
Okay, so how many psychics does it require?
Maybe at least a dozen to 2 dozen.
Okay.
All in place.
All in the Goodyear blimp.
Maybe. There's no reason it couldn't be on the ground from what you read.
Okay, so if the psychics are like surrounding Fenway Park,
maybe
they could. All right. If
at that point you hear "Hail to the Chief" as the president arrives in a limousine not too far down, and you see people cheering for Kennedy, and there's just this silence. The sounds are sucked out of Gate A. And then there's this roar as the limousine makes its way, escorted by SUV or up armored, slick black windows tinted SUVs, and maybe even a few Humvees or something that are escorting. And then you see, of course, the silent service running along the side of the vehicle. Every cliche you can think of that Eric is laughing at right now because he was in the military and he knows this is all BS. But every cliche you can think of. Little flags waving on the corners. What you don't know is the president's probably arriving in a beat-up Volkswagen on the other side. Just because people are playing with your mind. So with that, let's cut back to our dimensional detective. Dimensional detective, you're about to impact in Fenway Park. I would like you to please make a psyche roll, or let's call it an intuition roll, whichever one is higher.
My psyche is higher.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm gonna spend 10 points of karma.
I thought you would. Go right ahead. What's the rank?
Sorry, my rank is amazing.
Got it.
And I rolled 14.
24.
So 24.
So that is in the white. Got it. Thank you very much. Let's cut back. Thank you for playing. Here's a copy of our home game. Let's cut back to our gentlemen who are at Gate A as the president is arriving. Flags waving in the wind. All that jingoistic stuff you could just it looks like a Michael Bay movie as he arrives. And people are just cheering for JFK, modern New England royalty as he arrives. And you know that minutes away is the first pitch being thrown out. What are you gentlemen going to do? You do all have tickets, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I think we should go in and look for evildoers. I don't know what else to do. I mean, if it's a psychic bomb, then we have to take out a whole lot of people. And that means we have to find them first. On the other hand, if it's a bunch of heavily armed Red Sox fans with power-destroying rifles, we still have to take out a whole lot of people.
Anybody else with ideas?
Well, if we are able to spot anyone, I can put myself in a position to try and take out anyone that is marked out to me.
And you do still have that rifle, by the way. You do have that rifle, right?
So I think I'm going to go way up and try and find a good vantage point and we have to find a way to keep in contact, though.
I can just say you guys have some sort of way of communicating, and you're fine. You have radios or something like that you can kind of communicate with. That's no problem.
I'm going to take Diana with me and try and be able to cover more targets, more area of the place. So if we can identify them, you call it, and we'll take them out as part of what we can hope to do.
She just nods at you, and
she have, throat mics so that we can sub-vocalize.
I like that. That sounds cool.
A wonderful thing in science fiction that
never materialized.
Instead, we got smartphones,
right?
And cell phones. And you're like, I'm in Albuquerque.
Right. We can we can absolutely. Can you hear me? You got seashells and piano wire. Or fishing line.
Kansas City. Kansas City.
So you're able to do that, and she smiles at you and just nods and winks, just like old times, my friend. And she's right there with you.
You'll be the better shot, but I'll be the more deadly one.
Wow.
I want to go into the stadium.
Yeah.
And track down Wally, the green monster mascot of the
Red Sox.
and I'm going to introduce myself to him. I'm going to flash my hero state badge.
The moment
gonna-
you walk into this, everybody runs up to you and they're all looking for autographs. You are pretty much the only recognizable superhero among everyone. You're just swarmed with like little kids, and all those women are wanting to take pictures. There's a few men in there. Everybody's in there. Everybody wants a picture with the Canadian Cavalier. You're actually having a tough time as you're making it up to Wally, and you just keep repeating over and over again, Wally, could you have Wally? And they're like, oh, Wally, she wants to talk. He wants to talk to Wally. Yeah, well, we get Wally. What are you going to say to him?
All right, and I'm going to pull Wally behind somewhere.
Wally looks excited, as if the big
Yeah.
body could look excited, or his costume could look excited.
Pull him behind where we can be alone, and I'm going to say.
Wally's like, oh, Canadian Cavalier wants to be alone with me.
I'm gonna need your uniform. You have an extra Wally suit.
So you've never seen a character in a costume look stunned before, but if I might,
in a scenario go to hell quite
if
so
you
fast.
if I might use a little artistic license here and say, Wally looks stunned by your request. Wally's like, you want to see my what? Wait, he looks like
go undercover. I need another Wally suit.
Cavalier, if you would just discuss this plan, I could probably turn you into a Wally.
So Wally stops for a moment, and you can see Wally's eyes through his mouth, and you can kind of see the calculations that are going on in his head. Like, he or she, whoever's in the Wally suit, because he's all roly-poly, you can't really tell anything about like what gender or what age or what, like, what species you're looking at. For all you know, you could be looking at a parahuman that now looks like Wally and has just been turned into the mascot and gotten a job for himself. Wally's like, you want to borrow my costume, is that right?
Yes.
I don't know. I could get into trouble. How about this? Can we trade costumes?
I can't give up my costumes here, but I do have vouchers for some beer and some pretzels and some hot dogs.
He looks at them. These are only good in Canada.
Take the night off, and I need the suit.
These are only good in Canada, man. Okay, look. We either trade costumes, in which case I say yes, or you make a successful psyche roll to persuade me.
All right.
That's the only way this is going to happen.
I am going to make that psyche roll, and I am going to use
like all of your karma.
I'm going to use all 87 points of karma. No, my psyche is actually amazing. I rolled a 49, and I was using 20 points, so it's a 69.
69. Okay, so that is well within the yellow. So Wally stops for just a moment, and you can just see his eyes narrow. He's really thinking about this. It's like, so I can't use your costume just for tonight? You can be Wally, you can be me, and I'll be you?
You'll be in too much danger for that, son. There are people out that might try to kill you if you wore that costume.
Well, my boss is going to kill me if he catches me out of this costume. I got to tell you. But he yanks the vouchers out of your hand, and he doesn't look happy. And he takes you back into the locker room. Are you telling your buddies that you're doing this? Do they know?
Yeah, I'll radio to them and say I'm going to be incognito.
Right. I'm going to be incognito by being the most noticeable creature in all of Fenway. Okay, so you're able to switch out. And what are you doing with your costume, by the way? Because he's eyeing it right now. Like, as soon as you're out of here.
I'm not taking off my costume. I'm putting the costume over my costume.
Okay.
I'm putting the Wally costume over my stuff.
So Wally says, what am I going to do for the next hour? Make another psyche roll.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, I mean, I did give him the hot dogs and everything. I said, just go and watch the fireworks. There's gonna be fireworks. Stay safe.
Okay, and he looks like this. He's like
Superhero
this
business.
19-year-old Harvard student that's doing this to support himself as he moves through. And actually, Josh would probably recognize him as he walks by, looking
Yeah.
dejected. And so would Dr. Well, are you using Dr. Shaw or Dr. Boyden right now?
These guys know me as Boyden, but
Boy, okay, so
Shaw,
Boyden, he would,
yeah.
so he'd recognize as he goes off and he slinks off into the stands to watch the big game. And he's like, okay, and he uses his vouchers to get like 10 hot dogs and he walks out. Anybody else up to something at this point? Bombast? I know it's, let me,
Bombast is simply following Helix along, trying to figure out what we're looking for. You know, he kind of shrugs and says, if the Elastic guy said that it was a bunch of people that caused the big bomb, well, I mean, does a stadium kind of looks like that, right?
so when you make this connection, Maya chimes in and Maya's like, good thinking, Bombast. What should I be looking for right now?
Well, weren't you guys all worried about those uniforms, the new Red Sox stuff? Weren't they the bad guys?
That's what they were looking for.
And a type of exoskeleton that we've come in contact with, which is kind of like a powered suit some of these bad guys were wearing.
So Maya's listening. Does Maya listen in on all of your conversations, Bombast?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's not necessarily through a microphone that it has to be, but it can still pick up ambient.
So in that case, she says, why don't you let me scan for any possible... Well, I could give it a try. So go ahead and make, we'll call it either reason or intuition, whichever's higher.
Intuition is going to be what I would roll against. Let's see here. Get my chat out of the way. And it's incredible.
Yep.
And I rolled a 71.
71. So Maya starts doing a scan, and you can kind of like, well, you tell me, can you actually see the things that Maya thinks? Okay,
No.
so all of this,
Through the headset.
there's a very quiet pause for just a moment, even through the roar of the crowd and Hail to the Chief that's playing, and you can kind of hear as the ripple of the crowd shifts from outside the stadium to inside. The president is moving through the stadium. And at this point, there's a long pause, and then Maya says, I'm picking up several anomalies, not unlike the technology used for the weapon.
You see guys with suits?
Not guys with suits. Guys with some sort of device on their skulls. Antenna almost.
Oh, psychics.
There's a lot of hats around, though.
Psychics.
You look around, there is, you cannot swing a cat without hitting someone that's wearing at least one hat. A lot of people are wearing 2 or 3 hats. That's how hatted out everyone in this stadium is.
Well, that's all we got to do. We just got to get everybody's hats off. Wait a minute. Wait. The national anthem. Don't they like take their hats off for the national anthem?
That is true. They do take their hats off.
So we look for the people that have like, well, would they take their hats off if they had it? I don't know.
I don't know either.
We need Enrico Palazzo.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Anybody else? Now it seems as if the roar is dying down.
I am sending sensory apparatus on long whip-like tentacles throughout this building.
Okay.
As I can reach.
So now, Josh, how much does the public know about you? Now, basically, your talent is kind of innocuous in a way. Like, there's a lot of weird, unusual stuff that goes on in this Dimension 275 now, right? But do people kind of know you or recognize you as that guy that never graduated Harvard, or are you more like you keep to yourself and you just sort of do your own thing?
Well, see, I'm a newbie, so not a lot of
Mhm.
people
Okay,
are familiar with me. If you're a diehard superhero geek, you would know who I am.
you might.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You know, and I'm kind of a really minor local celebrity,
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
people might recognize me on that account. But on the other hand, I can look like anybody, so
Okay. All
how
right.
recognizable I am at any
Are
moment,
you
I don't know.
still looking? Do you?
Even Enrico Palazzo?
That would be. It's too bad you can't bring Enrico Palazzo's like his abilities, his power, his gravitas, and all of that stuff. Um, Tell me then, how does this work? You just start extending extremities all
Yeah,
through. Do you
I
go
start. Well,
out to
I
the?
send out my eyes and ears on appendages through this building. I'm trying to, get down into the basement, the
Yep.
area that see if I can find anything that looks hinky
Make
down there, or
a.
people that look hinky.
Yeah. So make Let's see here. So can we call this agility? Would that be okay to call it agility? Like because
Yeah,
you're
sure.
using. Go ahead and make an agility roll for me.
Okay. Now I'm leaving me blind.
Right, because you're sending out
My
all
eyes
your
are down, so
senses, right?
yeah.
Okay.
But on the other hand, it looks so weird at this point. I doubt anyone's going to really want to be around me.
Yeah, that's probably true. You might want to go off, like slink off to a wall somewhere, and then like,
Uh,
yeah. What's
okay,
your?
I'm gonna burn. How many points of karma do I have left? I'm gonna burn 20 points of karma.
20 points, and your rank is?
Uh, well, it's currently it's 40. Or do you mean my agility rank
Yeah, your agility rank.
is remarkable,
Okay, remarkable. All right, and you're
and I
burning
rolled
20 points of karma.
and I rolled a 63, so an 83.
So 83. 83
Yeah.
is easily in the yellow. Um, what exactly are you looking for? The scent of almonds, or suspicious looking characters, or something else?
Suspicious looking characters, suspicious looking apparatus. Because this might, you know.
With an
I
83,
haven't heard about these people with the skull caps on, so
right.
I'm looking for more conventional bombers as well.
With an
And
83,
I will send out my nose too, because why not? Uh,
yeah, what do you got to lose?
yeah.
With an 83, you're able to see that there are at least 5 or 6 audience members
Uh-huh.
that are in oddly synchronous positions
Uh-huh.
throughout the stadium.
So
And
they're
you notice them because out of everybody in the stadium, we're talking tens of thousands of people, most people are up and cheering. These people are sitting very quietly. They're not meditating, they're not like in a lotus position, but they're sitting very quietly, and their heads are gently bowed. And you see just a few of them. And we don't have to say exactly where they are, but like there's one over there, there's one over there, one over
okay. And
there.
these guys are in the stands.
They're in the stands
Okay.
as if they were in a web.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will tell my compatriots of this, and go bounding back up to where I might get a better look at these people.
You can kind of like stretch yourself into the next level, and then
Yeah.
stretch yourself into the next level,
Yeah.
all the way up to the top, and then
Okay. These
kind
guys
of,
are at the top.
yeah.
Okay.
And then, well, you can look down on them. The ones that you see are in the base levels.
Oh, all right.
The ones that you see are in the base levels. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't more up in upper levels, but the ones that you see are in the base levels.
Okay. Well, I tell everyone I see people in the base levels. They seem placed strategically around the circle. They are not participating in any cheering or fan activities. They're just sitting quietly. Looks like they may be doing some kind of internal meditation or calling up their powers or something.
And I'm going to say this too. As all of you turn your attention toward the stands, you notice that there's a very visible hole in the stands. And you presume it's not too far behind home plate. You presume that this is probably the point where the president is going to be following the throwing out of that first ceremonial pitch.
Okay.
What is everybody up to? Eternal Trooper, we haven't talked to you in a little bit here. Any ideas?
Yeah, I was putting myself in a vantage point to be able to view the crowd.
So at this point, maybe you're up at the top where Elasticized Man has kind of stretched himself up to. Can we say that? Or are you at a middle point? Okay. So maybe you guys are opposing or something like that?
Mhm.
Canadian Cavalier?
I am at the same time entertaining the crowd with my wild dancing.
You're like you're like
I'm engaging them in raucous.
I want you to make
Wild Canadian dancing.
right. Yeah, like unfettered, uncut Canadian, just like just completely very America light dancing. It's fat-free dancing. It's yes, I like it. It's just this.
Has the dimensional detective descended yet?
No. Why do you think he's descending? What would ever make you think he's descending, and why would you?
On the situation.
No. So Canadian Cavalier, I want you to make a make an intuition roll to intuit the proper dancing moves
I
for
rolled 32 on a remarkable.
32 on a remarkable. People are not reacting to you with the same oomph that they ordinarily react to Wally the Green Monster with. A few like children kind of do a double take, and you hear one of them yell, "Who's that loser? That's not Wally." And you can kind of tell that like you're putting your heart and your soul into the Wally dance, and you realize that being a team mascot is not as easy as it would seem. And right now, the crowd is getting a little irritated at this because this is not the Wally that they came to see. Not at all. And in fact, just a peanut goes flying over your shoulder at this point. Somebody in the crowd threw it. Helix, are you up to anything?
Well, since I'm hanging out with Bombast, are we able to get closer to one of these detected?
Yes.
Wearing.
So I assume that you're kind of coordinating with both. So now that kind of it's been pointed out and you're kind of talking to each other, you're coordinating with Elasticized Man and with the Eternal Trooper, who's kind of got a bead on them too. You are able to edge over. Bombast.
His part is clapping and smiling and pointing at Wally in the stands.
Yeah, you're doing your part to sort of say like, "That's the best Wally I've ever seen. That's Wally. I love Wally." So go ahead, and I'd like both Bombast and the Helix to make a roll for, we'll call it agility or intuition, maybe to sneak over and kind of get closer to these guys without being detected.
I'll use intuition, which is amazing.
Amazing. Go ahead.
I use incredible intuition.
Okay. 50.
I rolled a 007. That's 7.
And a 7. Okay, so obviously, Helix, you're not successful, but Bombast, you're in the green. So I'm going to say that you are able to get close enough, Bombast, but for some reason, it's ironic because Bombast, you like stand out like with your sock puppet and being like almost 6.5 feet. You stand out, and yet somehow you're able to get close. But you sense, Helix, that if you get a little bit closer, you're going to reveal yourself somehow. And from where you both are, you can see that essentially this person that Elasticized Man and the Eternal Trooper have described to you is wearing a cap that's pulled right down, not a rain slicker, I'm sorry, like a Red Sox jersey, looks crisp, freshly bought from a store, like shipped from the North End. Looks like a thug bought it somewhere. Just looks nicely pressed, like he just pulled it out. And it kind of looks like it's pulled down over almost like a wig or something. Like the hair is sticking out, but it doesn't look quite real to you. And at this point, you hear an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem. And then everybody starts to surge. Or not surge, they start to stand up. And they all start to take their caps off, except, you notice, for these key members. And you confirm that those 4 or 5 people that you thought were the bad Red Sox fans, they all are, except for maybe one that actually does stand up, and when he takes off his cap, like, you kind of notice, oh, this guy's probably real. So maybe one of them was okay, but the other ones were not.
Okay.
Sure enough, Ben Affleck, who is not only has a career in acting, writing, and directing, but also in Dimension 275 and singing, steps out onto the field with his wives, Jennifer Garner and Jennifer Lopez, because he's in an open relationship with the two of them, and the three of them do their own rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. And all of you are touched by how beautiful, how melodious. This is, it harkens back to a time when the United States was one, and what you start thinking about is the fact that even despite the Second Civil War, New England has kept the Star-Spangled Banner. And it makes you look, you find yourselves looking to the South and thinking, wishing that your brothers and sisters in the South could be one with New England and the Westlands once again. And so you have a moment here, in other words. But I digress.
Okay.
Sorry.
Have I spotted any more suspicious sitters?
I'm going to say that in this moment, you are all able to go ahead and start making rolls. So
Okay.
I'm going to allow everybody to do so. If you'd like, Canadian Cavalier, you also, as you're sort of, you've stopped and you've taken the big floppy hat. Well, I don't know if it comes off. It might be sewn on. Maybe you tried to pull it off, but it's actually sewn on. So you just sort of end up like bowing your head and putting your hand over it, and then like putting your hand over your heart, and then like trying to figure out like what's what. As it plays, you can all go ahead and make a roll. And I'd like it to be...
Kind of roll.
Yeah,
I know, right? Just an insanity roll. Make any old roll you want. Make maybe a reason or an intuition. Okay, reason or intuition, whichever's higher. Who was 86? Was that Walter? I'm sorry, was that Josh?
I rolled a 95 on my
86, 95. Who else?
I got a 46.
46? Not so good.
60.
On the incredible, I think it hit.
Okay. So, okay, here we're going to go with the 46 first. So, Bombast, you basically just confirm that the guy that you're watching is definitely one of the bad guys. You feel it. He's sitting there. He's focused. He's got that wig on, and you're able to sneak up and get a little bit closer to him. What was the next roll? Someone got like in a 60s? Was that Canadian? Oh.
I got a 62.
And
60.
Yeah.
And you too?
Yep.
Guys with 60s, people with 60s, you're able to get a little bit closer to your target, and you're each able to kind of sort of lock on and select someone, and you again can kind of confirm these guys are part of something. They've got that wig on, and even a few people kind of look down like, who's this bozo that's not standing for the national anthem? What the heck's going on? Who got the next higher ones? Was that Canadian Cavalier and Elasticized Man?
I got a 95.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, 80s and 90s. In the 80s and 90s, you're actually able to get, I'm going to say, Elasticized Man. From where you are, you spot 2 or 3 more. So now we're up to about 8 in this web. Okay. With the
Are they all
80s,
on the lower level, or are they?
it looks now like they're peppered within the lower and maybe the middle tiers, and you're presuming that in those top nosebleed seats, they're probably going to be up there too.
Okay.
And then Canadian Cavalier, you confirm a few others. They're in the stands. So you're probably up to about 10 or 11 at this point. The Canadian, oh my God, how blasphemous am I? I'm so sorry. Uncle Sam, I'm so sorry. The Star Spangled Banner ends. Jennifer Garner, Jennifer Lopez, and Ben Affleck bow.
I'm going to start moving before the song ends. I mean, right now they're making themselves conspicuous by sitting down. That means I can hit them real easy.
You probably could.
Yeah.
And so if you're moving towards them with your high roll, because I think you were a 90 something, is that correct? You're able to get a little bit closer to them. Oh, 86. Okay, good enough to get as close as you can get.
Because I don't have to shove through the crowd. I just kind of bound over them.
When everyone sits and the crowd starts to quietly bring themselves into a roar again, you hear, "Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the President of the 46th President of the United States throws out the first pitch." And we're going to just sort of fast forward for the part like where they announce all the players and then they go out on the field and they start warming up and things like that. And you hear, "Hail to the Chief," as a set of padded doors by the green wall open up, and out from one of the from within the bowels of Fenway Park comes the President of the United States. And from no matter where you are in the stadium in Fenway Park, you can see that smile. You can see that square jaw. You can see those eyes, piercing eyes, as they wave to the crowd. The moment this happens, each and every one of you starts to feel a tingling.
I'm not waiting for that.
I'm
I'm going to start taking these people out for Benefer.
Right. It's Benefer Garner or something like that. Benefer leaves in this world where Ben, Jen, and Jen all have, actually discovered they're very happy together. So you're going to just start firing the moment that President Kennedy, number 46, comes out?
Well, earlier than that, if I possibly can. Benefer is still singing.
Okay.
And these idiots are still sitting.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, so this is a moment where the GM is totally fine with kind of rewinding a little bit because I probably got a little too excited describing what was happening. But, of course, Josh can do what he would like to do at this point. So, as the hairs on your arms start to, or I'm sorry, that's the second sign. Sorry about that. I jumped a little too far ahead. As the tingling starts, what are you going to do to take them out, Josh?
Okay. I am going to sort of extend myself in an arch over them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hand number 1 pulls off the wig and whatever's underneath it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so making it.
Number 2.
Yeah.
which weighs about 60 pounds by this point,
Okay.
drops on top of their head.
Okay.
with a fist.
The same
Fine.
person taking off the wig and then dropping the okay. So let's call this we'll call this 2 agility rolls. So I'm going to make the first one just a grab. Actually, oh, here it is. A grabbing is actually a strength roll. So make the first one a strength roll, please.
Okay.
What's your rank?
I am a good strength. I have
Yep.
good strength.
Yep.
And I roll a 51, which probably
51. That's okay. That does it. So you're able to snatch that wig off.
Okay.
And the amazing thing is that person doesn't look up. You can see there's a little bit of a flinch, but they don't look up.
Mhm.
And now to pound on its head, I'd like you to make a second. We'll call this a blunt attack. That's a fighting roll.
It's also a sitting duck.
Well, give it a try. I will column shift by 2 because it's not moving.
Yeah, I rolled a
What's your
21.
rank? What's your rank?
This is agility?
It is fighting.
Fighting. Remarkable.
Shifts to amazing. That is still not good enough. You bring your fist down, and what is it, 70 pounds? Crashes down into the wooden armrest of one of the seats. And even with that, the splinters explode. And what I want everyone to do at this point is roll for initiative, because Hail to the Chief is playing at this point. That tingling is going down everyone's spine, and you've just initiated combat with this maneuver. Please make a roll.
Do I roll initiative?
No.
9.
What is
No.
it, D10?
Actually, yeah, go ahead and roll initiative. Go ahead, Eric. You do. So it's supposed to be a D10. Yeah, just make it on a D10. It's good enough. 5 for Walter.
Thomas got 7.
7 for Larry.
I rolled a 9.
9 for Steve.
2.
2 for James.
3.
Frank is a 3. And then Eric.
10.
Woohoo!
I think it's a 0, right?
No, I
Larry, don't rain on our parade. But
I didn't use the 100s. I grabbed D10. Well,
it's okay. I'm thinking it's got to be a 10, right? Because if it's a 0, then that means
10 is
that
not 0 to 9.
right. It's not, but that would be funny though. That would be interesting.
Still a 10-sided die.
That would be the
It's a
funnier
10-sided die,
answer.
you go
The
0 to 9.
the moment I know it's a 10-sided die, but it only goes to 9. How's that possible?
You're right.
It's possible in one of Matt Yancik's games, ladies and gentlemen. Right, it's a programmer die. There is a tremendous thunderclap from the skies above. And with this thunderclap, there is a surge in energy. And immediately, everyone, all of our heroes in the stadium, fear that this psychic bomb has just been triggered. Because that tingling has turned into the hairs on your arms standing up, which is the second sign that the psychic bomb is going to go off. And you're not sure if, at this point, the psychic bomb is going off and that's what triggered the thunderclap and that's what's causing the rift above the stadium to suddenly happen, or if the rift above in the sky has caused the psychic bomb to almost jumpstart. It's a chicken and the egg situation. You don't know which it is. But one thing that you do see is a small figure, naked. Well, no, in a robe that's open and flowing because he didn't tighten his belt enough. That is tumbling out of the sky, not unlike those people that sabotage baseball games by jumping in like a squirrel suit or a parachute or whatever onto the field.
Is this going to be a Thor Ragnarok situation where Bruce Banner jumps out of the helicopter and just slams?
Well, now that you mention it, tumbling out of the sky, this figure comes, end over end. Every so often, you can kind of see the open end of the robe, and everybody goes, ooh, and looks away. And then it continues to tumble end over end down toward the stadium. And all of your eyes are sort of directed at where this object, this character, is going. And what you realize is there's a lone silent service member not far away from the president who is sitting there with pencil and paper and cataloging items that are all stacked in a row as if he had two jobs. He had one job to catalog all the evidence, but he had another job to protect the president, and they just set him up in a stand somewhere. And on that stand are stacks and stacks of objects and items that were found at the scene of this assassination attempt, tumbling end over end as he just slams into it, and all of the evidence goes up, spraying out. And Dimensional Detective, you are literally hugging your clothing in a sealed tight evidence bag, and there's a lone silent service member that looks kind of nervous. He's got a pencil and paper, and he's looking down at you as if he were about to catalog that item that you're clinging to right now. And the entire crowd has gone silent, and all are looking at you as you curl in a fetal position around your clothing, smoldering with interdimensional warpings of time and space that begin to slowly dissipate like heat off of a heat sink.
Okay.
And then Hail to the Chief starts up again.
Yeah. I was wondering, at this wonderfully suspenseful moment, could we possibly have a break?
I think we could, because I think
We'll just leave them in suspense.
Yes, to know what happened. I think that would work really fine. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have the finale of Hero State Part 2. Please come back in 10 minutes. We'll be right here with you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final act of Hero State, issue number 2. So when last we left our heroes, the Dimensional Detective had made a rather, well, let's just say a rather loud entrance, returning to Dimension 275, slamming down into Fenway Stadium as Hail to the Chief was playing and the 46th president of Dimension 275's Earth New England states was stepping out onto the field to throw the first pitch. And not only that, but we had already a second sign that the psychic bomb in Fenway Stadium was about to go off. So the first sign was a tingling down the spine. The second sign was the raising of the hairs on the arms of tens of thousands of viewers and, of course, of our heroes as the bomb started to spin up into a very volatile state. So we had just rolled for initiative. Tom Talisman had clearly won the round with a 10, which is why he emerged. However, having said that, the bad guys had also rolled 10s. So unfortunately, or, well, they're going to be going simultaneously with Tom as he enters the field, shall we say. So, each and every one of you feels the hairs on your arms begin to stand up. But that is from the psychics that you notice that are planted throughout the stadium. What you failed to notice, because you had been so focused on finding these psychics, were the thugs. Not dressed in Red Sox uniforms, but dressed simply as guests or viewers at tonight's game. Dressed in normal attire, shorts, t-shirts, mismatched shoes, regular old hats, and faded jeans. These folks suddenly step out of the woodwork and make an attack on each and every one of you. So, with
Except
that,
me, right?
oh, that's true. Yes. Okay. That is very true. So just to remind everybody out there, Canadian Cavalier is naturally, of course, he's dressed in his natural Wally the Green Monster attire, and he's doing dances on top of the dugout for a crowd. And he's like probably dancing to Hail to the Chief. In this particular case, you know what I'm going to say with that? I'm going to say that you have an opportunity to go whenever you want to go. I'm going to call your initiative special in this case. I'm going to allow you to go whenever you want because no one actually sees or knows who you are. Okay?
Sure.
So whenever you want to go, just let me know.
Okay. I'm going to watch it unfold first.
So here's what's happening. Let's just start, and we'll go in order. I'm going to go in clockwise order, the way that I see it right here. And Dimensional Detective, you're actually out of this because you've just impacted on the ground or in the stands. We're going to start with Bombast. Bombast, what you feel is a sudden rush of air as someone comes at you at lightning speed, rushing up to you and trying to deliver a blow to the back of your head. So what I'm going to need you to do, we're going to make this as an opposed roll. They are doing a blunt attack with a hyperspeed punch. You...
For my part, since it's contested,
Yeah.
what Bombast would try and do is try and duck out of the way, grab the arm, and then use that person as a weapon against the guy with the hat.
I like this idea. Okay, so go ahead and make your roll.
Very cinematic.
Very comic book.
I like it.
But I rolled a 29.
That's actually really good because my bad guy, rolled an 18.
Okay.
And you are able to do so, as a matter of fact, and that is for 29 points of damage.
Whoa. All right.
Because the damage is equal to your roll. Or you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. The roll was actually just to succeed at doing what you want to do. I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to roll for damage at this point? And we'll call it like a we'll call it a blunt attack when you're hammering someone over the. Do you want to do that? You can go with the
How are
29.
you doing the damage? Are you doing the damage like as in straight up points, or are you?
I'm doing it straight up points, right? Okay. So blunt attack is a fighting roll. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Take your chances.
29.
Something's broken. The universe is broken right now. There's something wrong. Okay, so 29 points.
The same 2 dice over and over and over again.
I know, right? I feel like I'm in a Matrix. What's funny is I just saw a black cat walk past my table 2 times, just like in the Matrix. Okay, got it. Continuing around, let's go to the elasticized man. So, okay. Happening actually from above you.
Okay.
An odd-looking, well, I'm going to say a humanoid-looking creature in what looks to be a squirrel suit comes diving down out of the air. And as they do so, they're vibrating at a super speed, and all you see is a blur as they almost drill down into you. So again, we're going to make an opposed roll. Please roll a D100, okay. And they're going to try to strike you.
And I roll an 81.
I rolled a 73, and I actually thought I had the drop on one of you guys this time, but apparently I didn't. So you're able to dodge out of the way, and I'm going to sort of retroactively allow you. Do you want to like do anything with this to try to like parry somehow, or do you want to just allow him to slam into the ground?
He's diving straight down.
Yes.
I'm going to see if I can nudge the squirrel so that.
Yep.
And thank you, Bombast, for this.
Yep. Yep.
That's my target, my other target.
I like this idea. Maybe like just pile drive the guy like straight down into him. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and make, we'll call this again a blunt attack roll. Go ahead and make that roll.
Okay. And 71.
Okay, that's a really good roll. So you are able to pile drive the squirrel-suited creature straight down, having the higher ground, not unlike Obi-Wan Kenobi against Anakin Skywalker, and I think I used that reference last week. You pile drive the man in the squirrel suit, or the creature in the squirrel suit, down on top of your target. And with that roll, I'm just going to say you obliterate and just he almost evaporates into a spray of blood that just explodes all around the poor people eating popcorn, drinking beer, and munching on hot peanuts. And they're just all cringing right now. And he actually explodes and piles through into the stands and presumably lands somewhere in the bowels of the stadium. Let's keep going around. Canadian Cavalier, what are you up to? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay, you're holding? Okay, good. All right, so you're still watching. So
just an interesting little side note. I didn't know that this was Image Comics instead of Marvel, but that's okay.
Not the Image of today. The Image of yesterday is more like this, but the Image of today is a lot more artsy. Okay. You guys would... Well, yeah, I'd say so. Like, if this were Image of today, you guys would all be, like, 14-year-old girls, and the story would be about, like, I don't know, like, finding friendship and love among, like, inanimate objects or something. Yeah, they're really good stories, though. I'm not making fun of this. If you guys watch, Image is totally different than it used to be. Everybody that collects Image knows what I'm talking about. Let's keep going to Eternal Trooper. Eternal Trooper. So... For you, my friend, you actually feel a sudden silence as if you were in a bubble. And suddenly, you can't quite see all around you. Everything kind of distorts, becomes blurry, and then starts to push in on you. I'd like you to make an opposed roll to see if you can kind of resist this sudden feeling of restriction as you begin to shrink.
What
Or
kind of
as Go ahead.
damage is this?
We'll say crushing, inhumanly
But
strong.
physical?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I let it happen and I do not oppose it because of my kinetic damage absorption.
Oh. The actual damage would have been 16. How does kinetic absorption work?
So let's see.
Yeah, now you're reading it.
Any attacks made, it's kind of long. Any attacks made in the specific mode inflict no damage.
Okay.
And then the damage is absorbed, which I can use to heal or raise my health. I think I can also redirect that in order to inflict physical damage.
I like this. What would you like to do with any of that? Or do you want to, I'll let you like hold out. If you want to use it on the next turn, that's okay.
Yeah, because I'm kind of surprised that this just suddenly happened around me because I'm kind of in this sniper position. I don't know where my enemy is necessarily.
Yeah.
So I don't need any healing either. So I'm just going to take that and have it increase my physical damage
Capacity.
potential.
So like on the next round, you're going to use that extra, what is it, 17 points of damage, I think I said?
If I'm going to make a physical attack, I'll be able to use 16 extra points of damage.
Okay, got it. All right, let's keep going around the circle, and we are up to you, Helix. What are you doing? Or I'm sorry, I keep asking you what you're doing, but it's not your turn. So let me just track the damage here. Helix. Helix, you are suddenly overcome by a feeling of nausea. And your vision begins to blur, as if you were about to pass out. Please make an opposed roll. And I'm going to ask you to make an opposed roll. Yeah, go ahead and make an opposed roll. D100, please.
D100. 88.
Oh my god, you guys are just rolling so well. Or I'm rolling so terribly. The nausea ends. And what you see, not far away from you, standing, with a little bit of snot running down their nose, is a little boy who suddenly, his face curls up, and he pounds the ground and he says, "No fair! No fair! No fair!" And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to, if Canadian Cavalier wants to go, he can go.
How far away am I from this little boy?
You're on a dugout, doing a dance, looking up. So the idea was, Helix, can you tell me exactly where you were? You weren't up on the top. You were like somewhere in the stands, right?
Yeah, the lower stands, concourse, stairs, just trying to get close to those hat dudes.
Yeah. So I'm going to say you're probably within like 100 yards, or not 100 yards, what am I saying? Maybe 100, 150 feet. I'll give it to you if you want to be that close.
All right. Sure. I'm gonna not I guess not run, but kind of like make my way towards him.
Yeah.
On the field in all the commotion. But not letting on that I'm,
right.
anything other than just a mascot.
Right.
And then I'll also radio my motorcycle to come onto the field.
Tell me how this happens. I like this. How does the motorcycle come onto the field? How does Canadian Cavalier's motorcycle?
So it's got like a homing device. So
yeah.
it'll try to weave its way through, from the entrance, like through the gates. It also has jumping ability, so it's just kind of zipping through.
Mm-hmm.
And so where the dugouts are, I guess there's like hallways that lead into the thing. So it's going to come through one of the hallways.
the locker rooms and down out
right.
through the exits, and people are just like, holy crap. They're like, what the hell is this thing? And they're just getting out of the way. And maybe it's got like little sensors that zap people, like if they try and get close to it.
Sure.
Do you want it to? When do you want it to emerge?
I want it. Well, as I'm rushing towards the direction of the kid,
Yeah.
I want to kind of rendezvous with it at the certain point, and then as soon as like how high in the stands is this kid right now?
I'll just say that like it's like 4 or 5 rows up and maybe 100, 150 feet over.
Okay. So I'll try to rendezvous with the bike.
Yeah.
And then engage the jumping ability to get as close to him as I can.
Nice. That's got style. I like this. So at this point, all of the bad guys have gone. I'm going to allow all of you good guys to go ahead and return the favor. So I will allow you, even though you guys got different scores as far as your initiative goes, please feel free to just go in whatever order you want. Or don't go at all.
Okay, I have learned my lesson about shooting projectiles into crowds and how that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I think so I am going to look for, I mean, stadiums are big, right? And they're the 5 other guys, and there's got to be at least one portion of the stadium that they haven't covered where there's a bad guy or 2.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm looking in the crowd to see if I can spot one of these, you know, helmeted, hat-wearing.
I'm going to say at this point, yes. It's easy to kind of spot them at this point. And now that this action, all of these things have started to happen, not only that, but you're also seeing members of the Silent Service who previously had not really been visible just because they were blending in. There are now some obvious men and women that are sort of standing up, and they look very interested in what's going on. What are you going to do with this person that you're going after?
So I'm going to pick a section of the stadium that is not covered by anybody else.
Yeah.
And there might be a bad guy or 2 mixed in with a bunch of innocent people.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to try and shoot from a distance and hit that bad guy in the midst of a crowd. Instead, I'm going to cast Mists of Morpheus.
Got it.
To put that section to sleep.
Oh, it's
So
like this is gonna affect. Like this has got an area of effect, and like everybody goes to sleep.
Yeah, it has an area of effect. It would like affect like I don't know, section C,
right,
balcony level or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm looking for someone that no one's covering that.
Yep.
That bad guy, but it's also a bad idea to try and shoot anything else. So I'm just gonna put the whole section to sleep.
Okay, so go ahead. Which part of phase rip is this? Is it Psyche? Or
yeah, well, this might be. The caster can conjure forth magical vapors, which pour out from feet, hands, blah blah blah. As long as it's excellent or better, you can choose an area, and then everyone but the caster who is in that area must make an endurance feat roll or fall asleep.
Well,
1 to 10 rounds.
I'm not going to roll endurance rolls for all of Section C. We'll make a very general roll, and we'll see how it succeeds. I'm not going to roll for like every little guest. But
right.
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll just make an area of effect roll. So you go ahead and make your roll and tell me what you got.
Okay. It's remarkable, by the way. The Mist of Morpheus is remarkable, and I'm gonna add Psyche or Karma. Gonna add Karma to it.
Okay. Remember Larry's point about Karma, so you don't necessarily have to add all of it, but go ahead and make your roll.
So, I rolled a 3.
So you're gonna forget Larry's point and add as much Karma as possible.
Right. So I'm going to add 40 Karma.
I like that.
For 43.
There you go. So just the first. Is that the first or second square in the green?
The first.
So what you see is every member of Section C, and maybe a little bit outward, or no, we'll say a little bit inward. I'm sorry, because that's a low success.
Right.
People are standing up. They're now kind of halfway between like looking at the president, looking at you falling out of the sky, looking at like what's going on with people like launching an attack, looking at all these different things that suddenly kind of, they look like C-3PO shutting down in Star Wars. And they sort of like bow their heads, take a seat, and as they do so, what's revealed to you are several of the bad guys who stand out because all of the other members of the crowd sit down around them and they shut down while these members are still awake but then gradually nod off as well. Many of them lean forward, their heads on the backrests or the headrests, or I'm sorry, of the backs of the seats, falling asleep, and you begin to hear the sounds of snoring from that area. Who's up next? Any order you want.
All right, Bombast is going to reach out, he's going to try for a grappling attack and
Got it.
lift up the guy by the head, the one
Yep.
that has one of those little helmet things.
Okay, the one that you just sort of aikidoed into, or you?
No, not the one that I threw, but the
Yeah.
one that has the equipment.
Okay, so the one that you missed, and you're
Yeah.
going to try it. Okay, so go ahead. What is that? So you're not using your power yet, right? Is that correct?
That is not yet correct.
Okay, you're just using a simple, like some sort of throwing?
No, I'm just going to not throw. I'm going to
Oh.
grab.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Just grabbing.
Grab
I'm
him
just...
by the head, I'm going to lift him up, and hopefully he'll detach himself from that equipment.
Okay, so we'll call this grabbing?
Yep.
Strength roll? What's
Yep.
your rank in strength?
Amazing.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I just picture it like a cartoon and you grabbing his head and like...
Well, I did 10 better this time. I got a 39.
39?
I don't know if that hits on amazing, does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, good.
So you're able to grab his head. Now tell me what this looks like.
Well, like I said, with my strength, I'm just going to lift him straight up. And then hopefully either he'll release or he'll detach from whatever is underneath that wig.
Okay, so are you grabbing the wig itself or the...
Grabbing his head.
So it's the actual head.
Yeah.
So what you're really
With
doing...
the hats, the wig,
the whole darn...
Just lifted him up.
So you're grabbing him by the head and you're pulling him up with those items on.
Precisely. Hopefully some of them will fall off. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking
Okay.
to try and separate him from the equipment by making it as uncomfortable for him as possible.
So you begin to yank him up, and what you feel is a clicking as you actually maybe pull one and then two vertebrae, sort of dislodge them out. And he begins to just wake up. And his eyes pop open and his mouth lolls, or his tongue lolls out. And when he does, what you see in his eyes is what you saw on the bridge outside of Bangor. You see the eyes of those flying squirrels as they came down to attack you. And what you realize you're looking at is not really a living... Well, you think you're not looking at a living human, but some sort of fleshy robot or fleshy creature. And this is something that you get, but maybe not everyone else gets. And the tongue sticks out and you pop one more vertebrae. And then it begins to lash out at you. Let's go to our next. Who's up next?
I'll go.
Go right ahead.
I would like to preface with some things that I discovered by reading my character sheet.
Oh, okay.
That I had totally forgotten
I'd like
I
to
could do.
qualify everything that I'm about to do and say that it wins the game.
Yeah. Well, okay. Just my shape changing and
Uh-huh.
elongation are monstrous. It says here.
Oh, holy
My
crap.
plasticity is unearthly, and
Yep.
I've got a bunch of body armor and other stuff too. But
No, you would have won the game like 3 hours ago.
yeah.
That would be a hell of a Ben Affleck impression.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send out my arms, and each arm will be accompanied by an eye to make sure that it performs an accurate function here.
Yep.
And you said that I'd seen 3 of these guys, so I'm going after 2 of
Yeah.
them.
Okay. Okay.
So basically, I am going to wrap essentially an arm tentacle around the neck of each of these guys.
Ooh, got it. Okay.
Yank them out of their seats and hang their pumpkin heads together.
I like it. And I'd like to add that there is a player, Bombast, who made a very, very nice comment. He said, excellent hand-eye coordination. So Walter, good hand-eye. Get it? Get it?
Yeah,
My Zoom neighbors, you get it? So go ahead, and I'm going to have you make 2 rolls, one for
Okay.
each character, okay?
Right.
And you're monstrous, right?
Yep.
Okay. That doesn't sound
Okay,
good.
I didn't even need to be monstrous for this. I roll a 98
Nice.
and a 29.
It's 29.
Helps being monstrous on a 29.
All right. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to do these in reverse order. With the 29, you begin to yank up, but you are monstrous on this, and you feel the pop of each vertebrae as you wrap around the neck. And then what happens? Are you going to whip this guy in one direction or the other, or?
Yeah, I'm going to whip him towards the other guy.
Whip! You throw him over. And the guy that you scored the 29 with, he actually curls into a fetal position. He's so frightened by what's happening to him. He goes back to the moments before he was actually born and trying to protect himself from going down the birth canal. And he just didn't want to go. He was like that guy in a Full Metal Jacket. I'm not going! I'm not going! I'm not going! And he gets yanked out. So he's in a protective ball as he collides with the guy who you scored a 93 with.
Right.
The 93. Now you're grabbing at him and trying to knock him in?
I'm whipping both of them towards each other
Right.
and hoping they collide.
The 93 you pull so strongly. And I don't know if this is too soon. Not unlike Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
Coming down on
Too
the
soon,
rope.
too soon.
It's too soon. All right. So you pop, 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 and each pop is excruciatingly, even you that's doing this to him feels awful about this. You realize you're extending his neck so much, he's become like a floppy rag doll, and you've knocked the two of them together. And you see the most inhuman, obscene, and frightening thing you've ever seen in your life, which is this head just folding over and lolling and whipping around the other one, wrapping, and the two of them tumble out of sight.
And I don't even know that these guys aren't human yet. So
yeah, not really. Yeah. So you really regret this at this point. Or I mean, it's up to you as your character.
I think the adrenaline is up, and I'm not regretting a whole lot right now, but I will regret it.
Right. You're going to regret it in the morning.
Yeah.
Right. Who's up?
But,
Who's?
Bear in mind, I just turned another guy into a tomato and Swiss cheese sandwich.
Yeah, why not? You're
it's
just making short work of everybody.
Yeah.
Who is up next?
To save tens of thousands of lives here. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Yeah.
Who's up next? Who has not gone yet? Okay, go ahead, Helix.
The president, has he come out yet?
The president, so all of this is kind of happening in the fraction of it's just a few seconds. The president is out. His hand is starting to go down. Hail to the Chief is still being played.
It's not the
and
same
you can
high school
see
band, is it?
It's not the same. It's a college band.
Okay.
That's now dropping. These guys aren't quite as disciplined. And they're dropping some of their instruments. You hear a few off-key notes as Hail to the Chief is now starting. But there's one guy out there that's still like with the trombone. What are you up to, Helix?
I'm going to ignore the snot-nosed kid, and I'm going to use my turn to sprint down the stairs to the field area.
Yep.
Well, the wall edge.
Yep.
And I'm going to pull a ivy seedling out of my pocket that I picked.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to slap it against the wall and attempt to do my plant growth
Right?
power on it
Right?
and turn Fenway into Chicago ballpark. What is that?
Wrigley.
Wrigley.
Wrigley. I'm gonna Ivy it. So I don't know
For those in
my
the for those in
in
the
the thought
audience
process.
for those in the audience that don't know about Wrigley Field, Frank, would you illuminate what you're
Yeah.
planning here? You're just gonna
So it's going to spread as quickly as it will along the walls,
Mhm.
along back along the green monster. So strangely enough, Fenway doesn't have any ivy in it, as far as I
That's
know.
right. It's
Except
ironic.
the ivy at Wrigley Field is called Fenway ivy. Strangely enough,
Oh.
it's an Asian type of ivy. It's extremely invasive. And my whole point here is to really just alert all of the silent service that something is super wrong.
Yeah.
They should notice this dramatic
Oh
effect
yeah.
on
They're
the
all
park.
yeah. So go ahead and make your roll. What is your what attribute do you use?
Plant growth, it itself
Yeah.
has a good thing, a good
Okay.
feat roll. on
Okay.
it.
Give it a
And I
try.
will commit to using karma on this.
Okay. But again, like Larry was saying, I think what is it? A minimum of 10, but you don't
10.
have to go over
Yeah.
that? Okay.
I rolled a 67.
So 77, are you going to be happy with that? Are you happy with that?
I don't know.
On a good, yeah, that's one block away from yellow. You want to go into the yellow?
I do want to go into the yellow.
So you're going to spend a little bit more. How much?
We'll
10?
make it an even 15.
Okay. So that puts you about in the middle of the yellow. So with a middle yellow roll, that ivy. So tell us what it looks like when you toss this out and when it like start. What happens?
It's more of a slap against the wall, so it starts clinging, to that brick face concrete, and then it just starts spreading.
Yeah.
Mostly along the wall, but
Yeah.
it's a messy process. I don't have any control over where it's spreading to, so it will leach out onto the field and start its way into the stands, probably disturbing some people in the front row.
Yeah.
Might even cling some of them in place, but it
Starting to
starts
wrap
spreading.
around and like get
Right.
onto
The
things and like
tendrils, the
even a few of
vines,
them. And
and
so
it's just
when this happens, you now know, everyone in the field at the conclusion of this round, everybody knows that there's something going on that shouldn't be going on. And you look down at the president, and once more you see those silent servicemen that are diving around, or men and women who are diving in to protect the president. And he doesn't even seem to know quite what's going on as he looks around and he sees the ivy growing and he sees like people being thrown by their heads, and he sees other people that are just like having like being shrunk in a bubble and just taking it. He's just completely confused at this point, looking from one to the other to the other. And with that, we're going to flip to the next round. So
I'd like to go.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Like go right ahead. This will be our final.
Yeah, so I just shake off whatever had
Yep.
happened to me, and I'm just
Yep.
laser focused on just trying to take a shot at my first psycho target guy.
Yep. Yep.
And I am going to use karma for this.
So you're committing to 10 points, and you can go up from there if you want. Go right ahead.
And I get a column shift for this.
Now, what are you doing exactly? Can you tell me what
I will
sort of
shoot
attack?
with my weapon.
Ah, the depowering rifle.
Because I had shot some guys with it
Okay.
before, too.
Yes, and I actually know what the rank of this is. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you go ahead and shoot it.
And shooting is agility. Which
Okay.
is incredible.
Incredible. I will take, yeah. Okay. I'll take incredible.
The 47.
And then you're using 10 points, so that puts you in the 57. Are you going to use more?
Let me see, where am I at? Yeah, I'll go for the yellow, the bullseye of this. 47, that's what, 14
So you're going to
more
use
points, so I'm gonna use 24 total.
Okay. So you're able to take aim and fire, and actually, that is successful depowering. So what happens is that you're gonna. So you're firing at the person that just came at you, correct?
No, one of the head dudes.
Okay, so not the person that shrunk you in the bubble or put you into the bubble. Okay. So you end up hitting that one dude, and with that actually takes him out, and he crumbles. And at this point, I'm going to say, because the round is kind of resetting, everybody else, all of the other NPCs, the bad guys, are being taken care of by silent servicemen, and each one of the participants right now is facing off against their own individual enemy. So let's go back up to the top of the round. Eric, because you got a 10, I'm going to allow you to go first.
Okay. So I'm going to find the next bad guy in the crowd.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cast a special spell.
Yeah.
I will point at him or her and
Whichever.
say, let the mystic moons of Manipur exert their force of gravity, compete with the pull of this earth, and yank my foe away from me.
I like the sound of this.
Yeah, so this is a variation on from the Ultimate Powers book, page 24. Launching targets into space by reducing their weight to 0 and letting the Earth's revolution fling them upward.
Let me just say one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss. Go ahead and make your... I know, like, don't hit, like, the stadium. Because, like, you hit the stadium, and it's like, that thing, it's going to look like, Richard Branson. Well, no, wait. Was it Richard? Who was the one that was shaped like... Never mind. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah,
Right.
Bezos. That's right.
Obviously, I'm committing myself to spending karma.
Oh, you don't say. Okay.
The entire Patrogenic Institute class goes to the moon.
Actually, all of us here in the game are launched to the moon, and the game is over. Out of character.
So, by the way, basically all spells that don't say otherwise are psyche. So
okay.
Psyche.
We'll go with the psyche.
My psyche's amazing.
Got it.
And I rolled a 47.
Nice. You were in the green. So you
I'll just leave it there.
So lashing out.
Wait, I have to spend 10 karma.
57.
Yeah, so 57.
Lashing out, you do your thing with your hand motions, and there is a ripple, not unlike the ripple that you see when you're fueling up at the gas station, as it moves through time and space, distorting everything. And as it moves through space, what you can see is day, night, day, night, day, night, as it cycles through time and space. And you're looking at the time in reverse, space in reverse, as it moves through, impacts your target. Your target looks down at themselves, suddenly looks up, flips upside down, and then is launched up, out of the stadium, up into orbit, where he passes by Jeff Bezos and his rocket as he's going, and is just completely gone toward whatever target, I don't know, the moon or just into space or whatever you want. With that now, we're going to go back to our bad guys who are actually going to make their attempts. So, Bombast, going back to you. You haven't yet taken out your target, and so what you get is another flash and a blur as someone comes by, and it's a very simple, old-fashioned punch. This is an opposed roll. I'm going to roll, you're going to roll, and we're going to see if you can beat that roll.
What I'm going to try and do is move the guy by the head into the path of the
It's
fence.
suddenly very popular to grab people by the head in this game. I don't know quite why, but it kind of is. All right. Go ahead and
7-0.
what was it?
7-0.
You grab for him, but unfortunately you are unable to.
Oh, I'm still grappling the guy.
Oh, you were still. I'm sorry, because you had him in the first place. That's right, because you ended up getting him. Okay, this is totally wrong. Okay, let's reverse, ladies and gentlemen. I am making a bad call here. We're gonna reverse, and we're gonna say that actually, if you're still grappling him, we have to grapple for.
There were two guys. Remember, I was looking at the guy up front, and then the other one was swinging at me. I threw him.
Yeah.
Then grabbed the guy that was sitting by the head. So I guess that there's still two guys, right?
Right, but there's still the guy that you grabbed by the head that was sitting.
Right, I still have him by the head.
You've got him, but I'm talking about the second guy that originally came up to you and tried to.
And if he's taking a swing, I'm gonna just move the other guy into the way. That was my plan.
Okay, all right. Let's redo this then. So go ahead and make your roll. I'm so sorry. It's so hard to keep track of every little thing.
And I went down to a 37.
In this particular case, I actually went up to a 94. So you miss, and we're just going to call it even at that. Continuing around, let's go to the Elasticized.
Do I take any damage from that hit?
No. So in this particular case, all that we're talking about is you blocking him versus him trying to attack, and the two of you end up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We go to Elasticized Man. Elasticized Man.
I've run out of opponents that I know are there. So
yes.
And the
you
thing
find
is, by now I should have an idea of what the pattern is that they're all sitting in.
I'm gonna say go ahead and make a intuition roll.
Right.
And I'm gonna column shift it by 2 because a lot of this is kind of like out in the open now.
I have excellent intuition.
All right, so you're incredible now.
A 68.
68. Yes, you have a very good notion of who's who and what's what. And now at this point, I'm going to say that you are as deep into the rising hairs on your arm as it's possible to get before you cross over into the strong headache.
Okay. Well, okay. How many do I see?
How
many do I think I see?
Let's handle it this way. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we ended up doing every single little guy in the stand, it's going to get really, really boring. So we're going to say this. There's one other person for each one of the main characters in our story, in our adventure. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's one closest to you. The others are being handled right now by silent service who are going after them and trying to do their thing.
Right. Okay. Well, that being the case, I will essentially do the same thing I just did with the two guys.
I was afraid you're going to say that.
Yeah, except that I'm going to pick him up and then just smash him down on the stair or wherever he.
So you're going to pick the closest one up or a couple of them? I'll let you do 2 if you want.
Okay, if I see 2, I will pick 2 of them up.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. So make 2 rolls.
Okay, I will spend karma.
Okay, so let's do the first roll.
98.
You beat that one. With a 98, you really beat that one.
And 43,
it's not pretty.
Which will become a 53.
Let me see what the other one is. That actually gets it at 53, and you beat the other guy. So you managed to pick the 2 of them up, and you feel that little pop, 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 pop of the 2 vertebrae as you slam them together, and you end up taking out 2 more. All right. So who's up? We're going to Canadian Cavalier next.
All right. So I was in the middle of my maneuver. Towards the kid.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
You're timing wise, you're totally fine. If you want to do something, we'll just say that you made it.
I wanna get land the bike somewhere like near him where I can leap off of it and try to tackle him.
So in slow motion now, everything in the stadium grinds to a halt as the most dazzling Canadian built, muscle powered motorcycle roars into the stadium, filling a roar so loud it could only be made, that bike, in Canada. You leap onto the bike. Go ahead and make your roll to see if you do this successfully.
Okay. So the leaping ability is excellent.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 90.
Oh, you leap onto the bike, which rockets past everyone, and no one has ever seen Wally the Green Monster move with such agility. And nor has anyone known that Wally the Green Monster was Canadian. And they're suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Should we root for Wally being Canadian? Why? Wait, is he an immigrant that came here and came here with 2 suitcases and just a lot of moxie and hoped to make it as a mascot for the Red Sox? He leaps onto the bike, handlebars gripped, rocketing through the air as you land at the top of the stadium. Dismounting, and your plan is?
My plan is to tackle the kid.
Go ahead and make, we'll call it grappling, which is a
Okay.
strength roll.
Strength roll. My strength is remarkable, and
Or we'll call it catching, which is agility, so whichever is higher.
no,
Okay.
it actually doesn't matter because I rolled a 6.
Every member of the crowd who had been watching this glorious display of a Canadian agility, purple, or I should say green Canadian agility, suddenly you hear, "Oh," as Wally tumbles over the handlebars of the bike. Sorry, everyone, I'm trying to do this with a straight face. Tumbles over the bars of the bike, end over end, like a fuzzy Jim Henson character come to life, tumbling toward the kid, who's now, it's not fair, not fair, and collides with the kid. Now let's keep going around to the Eternal Trooper.
I am interested in firing more projectile things at other
All right.
dudes.
So go ahead, Eternal Trooper, and make, so with, this is a shooting attack, go ahead and make an agility roll.
And I will continue my karma burn. A 71, so an 81, and it column shifts with an incredible.
Okay, 71 goes to an 81. That is easily in the yellow. So tell me what this looks like as you fire. You're firing on your target?
Yeah, I had dealt with the one prior, and I immediately just sought to the next one, just automatically, and just pop it right bullseye.
So what was that, a 71 or an 81?
I spent karma, so 81.
81 takes the target out. The target goes down, and you just see him almost just bounce end over end as he tumbles over the stands into the crowd. We're back up with, I'm sorry, we're back up with you, Frank. I'm sorry, Helix.
How far am I from Tom?
We can have you conveniently close if it's good for the
'Cause
story.
I'm right at the edge of the field, and I thought, Tom, did you land in the playing field?
I thought I landed in like the president's box.
Kind of in the stands off to the side. I had imagined that off to the side of the president's box.
I'm going to crawl my way towards him through the crowd, the seats, the ivy that's spreading. And I'm going to be reaching into my other pocket and pull out a vial.
Oh. Oh!
Extra vial.
Oh, that's right, from your solo adventure.
Right. We took quite a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm going to be looking to inject Tom with some special sauce.
Okay. For this, I assume you're gonna get his cooperation on it. You can like fast crawl over there. You're
Tom,
gonna hit him with
this
it?
will enhance your powers. Trust me. Can I inject you?
Hit me up.
So just go ahead and just slam it down into him. It's like an epinephrine. It's like an EpiPen. Like
Plunge
going
it right into, the
right
fatty
into his
tissue.
leg. You like pop the top on it, and that's it. So Tom, you're now shifted. You are 3 columns to the right
Oh, wow.
on every roll. Every roll. So with this, that was our last fellow. Let's go back up to the top of the round. I know that we kind of skipped out on some of the bad guys and stuff, but I think this is okay when we're having a really great, exciting kind of finale here. So let's zoom back up to the top of the round. We're with you, Tom. You've just been epied.
Well, he made me realize that I've been looking outward and, casting spells all over.
Yeah.
I'm fairly close to the surprised silent service agent who was cataloging my gear.
That's true.
Which he was very close to the president. Because
that's
said
true.
That he was pulling double duty, so they would have at least one bad guy targeted toward this area, right?
That's
so
true.
I'm gonna look around. There's got to be somebody who I'm about to be like
right over there.
Basically in a fist fight.
Right over there.
I'm gonna pull out the pincers of power.
Okay. I picture these giant hedge clippers.
That's what they look like. It's a small yellow disc, and you slap it on your wrist, and then these basically giant hedge clippers of energy shoot out from that.
Okay.
And, I'm going
Makes a lot of comic book sense.
I'm picturing you in a lobster suit.
I know, right? We got a guy in a lobster suit, a guy in a Wally the Green Monster suit.
Yeah. So the general bite claw fighting with these pincers doesn't use fighting or agility. It's based on your psyche.
Okay, right.
And if the character wishes to target any part of the opponent, that's fine, but only a hit to the head makes a difference, as it stuns the brain for 10 hours.
And by the way, your column shifted by 3.
Right. So I'm going to go for this assassin's head with the pincers of power. Okay.
What is your psyche rank?
My psyche is amazing.
And column shifted 1, 2, 3. You're now like as powerful as the Beyonder. Okay.
So I'm not going to bother spending psyche on this, by the way.
Why not though? Just for fun.
25.
Oh. It's easily in the green, but it's in the X column, which means it's like unbelievably powerful. You hit him so hard, his head just simply disappears.
Oh man.
It just disappears. It's just there and not there. There's no spray of blood, no nothing. There's just a body that is with the neck that's instantly cauterized very neatly, and it just falls over like this. And you're not even sure if you molecularized the head, or if you just simply sent the head into another dimension where it's like still existing or something. You're not really sure what's happened. But the head is gone, and there's just a simple body on it. And I'm going to say, actually, with the 3-column shift, I'm going to give you one more chance at pulling something else, if you'd like, at this point.
Okay. I am going to. Can I target multiple people with one spell at this level? Or is it just I'm hitting someone really hard with my spell?
I can say I put you at your normal rank with multiple people, or one person 3 columns shifted, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, got it. So I'm going to target multiple people at my
So
normal
that's
rank
back
then.
at amazing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
How many are you targeting? I'm going to give you 3 to target.
I was just gonna say 3.
At normal, but if you want to go for more, with each person, you're going to be 1 column less.
Right. I'm going to target 3 to cast my previous spell. Same spell again.
Mm-hmm.
Let the mystic moons of Manipur exert their force of gravity, compete with the pull of this earth, and yank my foes away from me.
Here we go. Go ahead and make your roll.
46.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that? Psyche is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Good.
Go ahead.
Oh, make 3 rolls?
Yeah, go ahead and make 3 rolls. So one's 46.
Okay. I'm going to spend karma.
Yeah.
37.
With 10 karma?
With 10 karma, so
47.
make that 47.
Okay, so 46, 47.
And then I'm going to spend karma again.
Yeah.
68.
So 78.
So 78.
2 of them tumble upward, end over end, just firing off into space. Gone. And the third one of them starts to go up and then drops and is slammed to the ground, where every bone in their body is broken. And now we're down by 3. And we're going to say that we're just a couple people away from wrapping all this up. And what you start to feel is that deep headache, that third sign that the bomb is about to go off. Who is up next? We can just keep going. I'm going to let you guys go in whatever order you want. If you guys have an idea, if you want to go, no problem.
Well, I'm just as long as I still got this guy by the head, I'm
Yeah.
going to go ahead and start generating my sound energy. It takes a full round to generate up, but essentially I'm trying to conduct sound through that whatever device he has, hoping that it might short out some others.
So go ahead and make your roll for that. So as you're doing this, which part of the phase rip do you use for this?
Well, I guess it would be my power level, which is remarkable.
Okay,
I've already got
that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
Go ahead
because
and
I've
make your roll. As it begins to spin up, everyone in the stadium.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I got a 92.
92. You guys are ridiculous. With a 92.
I haven't been rolling like that all night.
I know. Well, you guys are just doing so well.
20s, remember?
That's true. So with the 92, there's this silence that starts to overtake. So there's the roar of the crowd that just starts to die down. The loudspeakers, as they are announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm." The sounds of people as they're blasting, the sounds of the motorcycle as it's crossing through the air, all of that, it's like the sound is sucked out from the stadium, from Fenway Park. And suddenly, you feel, you've never felt this before, but it's like sound has some sort of inertia, and you can feel this pull coming from Bombast, as if all the power of the sound, of vibrations in the stadium were all being pulled and centralized right on him. Anybody else want to go at this point? I mean, I assume you want to go, but you can go in whatever order you want.
I'll do something, I guess.
Go right ahead.
So it does it, even though we seem to be taking out a whole ton of these, and
Yep.
all of them are busy.
Yep.
The bomb is still feeling like it's increasing.
It feels like it's increasing at this point until you start to, well, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Well, I feel like I'm running out of targets to shoot from a distance. I'm going to just look around me, down the section below me for another one of these guys.
Go ahead and make, we'll call this an intuition roll.
It's a 93.
Oh my God, you guys. We have to
That's
start
first
doing like
good roll.
online rolling so people can see that we're not like cheating or whatever. As you're scanning through the stands, you see the man, the Southern gentleman, dressed in white.
I immediately toss the gun over to Diana and I launch myself off where I'm at, just trying to dive bomb him. And midair, stink, I'm going to have my bayonets come out, screaming down.
Go ahead and I'm going to say this is, it's an edged attack, fighting.
Great. Okay. So fighting is incredible.
Yep. Oh, good.
I have my sharp weapons talent.
Yep.
So I'll get a column shift on that.
To amazing. Okay.
And I'm gonna karma this because this is gonna be embarrassing.
I like this. I like this.
57. So
67
or
at
more.
least, and more. How much do you want to spend?
Where am I at? Amazing.
You're at amazing. 67 will put you in the yellow, but I mean...
Yeah, that's fine.
With a 67, you launch yourself at the Southern gentleman. And he's actually in a bit of a, well, it's not a lotus position, but you can kind of tell by the way that he set himself up, by his particular pose, by his body language, that he is the center of this web. And he looks up at you as you dive forward toward him.
Yeah, and as I realize that this is, that the adversary that I've had for such a long time, I get that big tooth grin and just ready to go in on him.
And you rolled a 67?
Yes.
Or was it a 77?
67.
67. You end up coming down at him, crossing your blades. And he starts to dodge out of the way, but it's too late.
Oh no.
And you manage to slash across him. And for the first time in the history of your encounters with this gentleman, you see a mark of red across his chest, down over his shoulder, exposing flesh. And there's a smell, a horrid smell, not unlike a preserved meat, preserved for thousands of years, that just wafts and overpowers the smell of almonds as you cut him down. And with that, every single one of your adversaries, every one of you who is now fighting someone, you suddenly realize that your adversaries drop, except for that small child up on the top row, who's now, his lip quivering, he looks down at you, Canadian Cavalier, Wally, the green monster, stomping his foot. It's not fair! It's not fair! It's not fair! And he looks down at you, Bombast, because this is that boy you met in Bangor those weeks ago. And then he looks down at the man in white, and he looks at you, Eternal Trooper. and out of his face, an energy bolt launches, firing out across the field, hitting the man, the southern gentleman in white, and he's instantly incinerated, going up in flames that swirl up into the sky. And as that happens, you see those human beings, those creatures, whatever they were, wearing those special headsets and carrying that armor and carrying the weapons, they begin to scream and writhe and twist and fall into the stands, burning up as if they were vampires or undead or some other creature.
Feel less upset about twisting their heads off now.
And the boy looks down. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. And he begins to walk towards Wally. And Wally, you can feel the inside of your suit just getting hotter and hotter as he stares you down. And now we're out of combat. We're back in real time. And you gentlemen have the opportunity to do or say or whatever you want to do. Anyone?
I call the Diana to shoot him with the depower. Just try and depower him, not kill him.
Do me a favor, make an agility roll for Diana.
Diana gets my luck, an 8.
Okay. Anybody want to do anything at this point?
Yeah. If the little boy's going toward Wally, who I assume I liked anyway dancing out there, and I figured out it might be the Canadian Cavalier. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, as long as I've got that sound already generating, I've lost.
Yeah, you've got it.
I'm gonna throw it up as a wall between the boy and Wally.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
Now, in order to get it as a ranged weapon, I think that's agility, right?
I believe so. And I'll column shift it because essentially I'm going to count this as you kind of aiming and you kind of generating this energy and just being like crackling with like.
And I got a 68.
68. What's your rank?
Rank is remarkable.
Remarkable. Column shifted 68. The entire stadium, every bit of material, the surfaces of the metal, the seats, the plastics, the windows, begin to vibrate as you fire off this bolt of sound, matching the energy that you just saw melting into the southern gentleman, and it corkscrews across the field up toward the little boy, blasting the edge of the stadium, knocking the Canadian Cavalier and knocking anyone in that vicinity off and about in a radius 10, 20 feet away, and just leaving an immense hole where the boy was standing, because now he's gone. Whether he's dead, whether he's turned into molecules, whether he's flown away, you have no idea. But the sound in the stadium dies down as tens of thousands of people now realize what they've just witnessed, and they all stand. And looking through the stadium, you see the smoldering ruins of these humans or Red Sox fans or whatever you want to call them, as they.
You should have the Yankees in town. Come on, you're a Boston-based company.
I know, right? Well, you know. And they smolder. And with that, we're going to cut to later on in the evening as everything is being cleaned up. And President Kennedy is sitting down for drinks with you, well, rather ragged-looking fellows privately, talking to you and swapping stories and thanking you for your service and what you've done. Is there anything in particular you want to ask him or say, or?
Yeah, could I get a presidential pardon?
Kennedy is more than happy to comply, and he chuckles at that. Young fellow, I assure you I will have my best men looking into it.
Can I
Thank
get
you,
a
Mr.
green
President.
card?
Young fellow, I assure you I will have my best men looking into it for you.
Can I get back into Harvard?
Young man, I assure you you will be the first student with tenure.
That's all I've ever wanted. Thank you.
Are there any other requests?
Can I get a
Young-
heart? I've always wanted a heart.
Young
Courage.
fellow, I assure you I will have our best scientists look into a heart for you and a brain for you. And I forget what the third thing is.
Courage.
Courage, that's right. Courage.
The Noive.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think we're all okay in that department.
I don't know if it's courage or foolishness. I can't really tell which it is.
At some point, I want to come up to Tom and give him the head apparatus that I took off my first victim.
The first victim. I like how you've just flipped it. It wasn't the first bad guy, it's the first victim. This implies a very particular kind of perspective about how you feel about what you've done today.
I'm feeling pretty good because I've saved tens of thousands of lives.
Yeah, why not?
But
Why
anyway,
not?
I give Tom the thing in hopes that it might help him some way. So.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've gone a little bit longer than I thought we were going to go. I'd like to thank all of you for watching, but most of all, I would like to thank my players. So these guys that you see here tonight have been really good sports about all of this. So I had this idea like 3 months ago, and I didn't know if it would work or not, but honestly, these guys have performed really well, and I really appreciate that. I also want to thank a few people that couldn't be here tonight. So we had DM Scotty McFarland. I want to thank him very much for cameoing. I want to thank Dean M. Lewis or Alpha Dean. He is cameoed as Solo Down, and DM Scotty was Boxcar. And last but not least, I do want to thank Jarod Riley, who couldn't be here tonight. Jarod is, unfortunately, he's doing well, he's doing fine, but he's got COVID. So I'd like to maybe use this last moment or so to remind everybody out there, like if you have a chance, I urge you to go out there, and he's of course vaccinated, but we're all, he's doing well, and he's going to be just fine. We all know it. But I hope that you all stay safe and be smart about that. And I want to say thank you very much to Jarod. If you notice, he was in the credits for the last game and this game, because as far as I'm concerned, even if he's not here in person, he is definitely here in spirit. And so, lastly, I want to thank you, the viewer, for putting up with our foolishness and our silliness. We hope that you laughed and had as much fun as we did. If you like what you saw, please do like and subscribe so that I know that my mother is not the only person that is watching these videos. But even if you don't like or subscribe, we still had a lot of fun. Thank you all very much. We hope to see you again soon. Please stay safe, and for all of you out there, happy gaming to each and every one of you, and everybody have a very good night.
Adios.